Okay, folks, I'm going to call the meeting to order. As required under the Planning Act, a public meeting is being held prior to the committee making a decision on these applications. And initially, I will introduce our committee. I'm Mr. Robertson. We've got Mr. Marsh, Ms. Archer, Mr. Strangway, Ms. Richardson, and Ms. Robinson. And City of Kawartha Lake staff here in person. We've got Ms. Berry, the Manager of Planning. We've got Mr. Lahi, the Secretary-Treasurer. And our Recording Secretary, Ms. Crockford. And via electronic participation, we've got Mr. McKinnon, the Plans Examiner, Building and Septic Division, and he will be filling in for Ms. Murchison, who I'm advised is on holidays. All right. I think we've got just about everyone through there. All right, I need first of all, are there any comments or questions with respect to the agenda? Being none, a motion to put it on. Ms. Richardson, Mr. Strangway. No further questions or comments. All those in favor? And that carries. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Being none, the minutes, and I'm looking for Mr. Strangway, Ms. Richardson, or Ms. Archer with respect to those. So can I get a motion? Ms. Archer, Mr. Strangway, any further comments or questions on those minutes? All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. All right. All right, for the benefit of everyone that's listening or here, the committee will hear comments, gather information, and may ask questions to clarify statements made. The committee may ask and answer questions or redirect questions excuse me, to the appropriate person. Please note that any information or comments given to the committee during this meeting, those are considered evidence. We will first hear from staff, then the applicant or his or her agent. We will then hear from any persons in support of or from those who have questions, concerns, or are opposed to the application. Finally, the applicant or his or her agent will have an opportunity to respond to any of the statements made to the committee. If you wish to speak, and I realize everyone's online now, so we would appreciate it when you come, when your picture appears on the screen, if you would give us your name, and we will afford you 10 minutes to make your presentation. I don't think we've ever had anyone that even came close to that, but we do afford you 10 minutes. If you require more time than that, I will ask the committee if they will afford you a couple of more minutes. I don't think that's ever happened, but we want to make sure that everyone realizes that there is an opportunity to speak here, and we certainly want to hear from those that are participating. So thank you for that. And moving right along, we're now going to be dealing with file number D20-2022-036. And this is 5 Thorndike Drive, Geographic Township of Mariposa. And we've got Ms. Berry, the manager.
Mr. Chair, thank you for that. By way of introduction, we've got a full agenda. Today we're going to be jumping all over the city of Kawartha Lakes, starting in Mariposa, of course, with this file, heading up to Eldon, over to Verulam, down to Emily Township, popping back into Lindsay, returning to Verulam, returning to Emily, on the same street, in fact.
We'll call it the Scenic Tour. How's that?
It really will be, and quite a variety of development proposals and applications, including a couple of applications that the committee hasn't seen in quite some time, and those are specific to Section 45(2) of the Planning Act that deal with legal non-conforming uses. So an exciting agenda, and we'll jump into it, starting with 5 Thorndike Drive. All right, so this is an application submitted to us by the owner, Bobby Lynn Gray. The application is seeking relief for one provision in the zoning bylaw in order to permit the construction of an additional residential unit. So in order to build an ARU attached to the home, it's a residential addition that's proposed, because the lot is serviced with private services, private well, private septic, it requires a minimum lot area of 4,000 square meters. The existing lot is 1,393.79 square meters, and because of this reduced lot area, the application has been submitted. All right, so moving on to an aerial image to give you an idea of this particular neighborhood. Low density, for the most part, single-family dwellings in the hamlet of Oakwood. We've got a couple of images here to give you an idea of what the existing home looks like, single-family home. And then on the right is a zoomed-in section to the left of the house, and behind that foliage is the proposed area for the ARU. Now, standing at the intersection here of Kenscott and Thorndike, I'm at the north part of the lot, looking into the interior of the lot. The home, and I'll use my laser pointer, is, and for the purposes of those who cannot make out the laser pointer on the screen, I'm pointing to the cluster of trees in the center of the property. And again, behind these trees would be the wall of the existing home and the proposed location for the addition. And this entire lot is part of the owner's property. All right, so we are now looking at the site plan showing the square footage for the proposed addition. Also proposed, not only is the addition to the home, but also a covered front porch. And to give you some idea on the layout of the proposed ARU. So when we take a look at the of the application and evaluate it against the 4 tests of a minor variance based on requirements of the Planning Act, we conclude that the application is appropriate and desirable for the use of this particular property and for the use of the home that's on there. We know through the sort of excitement around additional residential units for the past couple of years and the heightened interest from the community, we're seeing an increased number of not only inquiries but also building permit applications for ARUs that eventually result in registered additional residential units in the community. On occasion, and as is the case, this committee has seen, on occasion there are elements of the proposal that don't comply with all the zoning provisions. That notwithstanding, the merits of the proposal, meaning the purpose, is something that we cannot overlook. ARUs are now not only encouraged and supported by the city's official plan through recent amendments back in 2020, but also are permitted as of right, including in this zone, in the Hamlet residential zone. So where you have single-family homes, semi-detached homes and townhouses, you now may also have an ARU, both in the home as well as in an accessory building. Again, assuming that all the zone provisions are met. So the element of lot area has been reviewed and addressed. There was a septic system design submitted by a septic designer, which was vetted through our planning and septic division, and it was concluded that that new septic design is appropriate to deal with the additional loading as a result of the addition. All right, and I'm going to turn to some comments now that we have received from circulating the neighbors' notice of this application. And I'll just summarize. I know there are a number of neighbors who'd like to speak for themselves, and they will be afforded that opportunity. But to summarize what the comments were that we received, the lot simply is too small. There are significant concerns with the existing septic, perhaps reflecting a failure of the existing septic, worry over 2 septic systems being placed on this small property. There were concerns around the nature of a rental income property. There was concern over whether this would exacerbate parking issues already on this small cul-de-sac. This not keeping in character with what otherwise is known as a single-family area. The aesthetics were questioned, the design element choices were questioned. And finally, whether there would be any additional tree removal necessary on the property. The owner did provide comments back, and those have been shared with the committee members. So to summarize those, there are plans to completely renovate the exterior of the home with new siding, windows, and of course the new porch, as was indicated on the earlier slide. The owners proposed to extend the driveway, which is not unlike some of the existing driveways in the neighborhood. We have utmost confidence in the redesigned septic system, a single septic system to service the property. There is no need for two separate systems. The existing cluster of trees that we saw directly adjacent to the home would be the ones to be removed as a result of the construction should it be approved, but no additional vegetation would be needed to be removed. Now, committee may have, and I'm certain did when reading through the comments, may have noticed that there was, with respect to the existing septic, some concerns from the neighbors over perhaps a failure of the system, foul-smelling odors. There's some indication that perhaps vegetation was being impacted, and possibly even concern or threat over public health and safety as a result of a failed system. Our Part 8 sewage system supervisor has thoroughly reviewed the complaint as well as the application and the redesigned system. But as far as the complaint goes, the city is of the opinion that the odor was from emptying stagnant water from the pool, and that there is ongoing sort of monitoring happening, but there is no reason to fear that there was a failure or a break in the existing septic system. Since we prepared the report for the committee's attention, we did also receive comments from building. I've gone over the updates from the septic. Supervisor, building comments were no issues with the proposal. And Mr. Chair, based on our evaluation that this application meets the 4 tests, we recommend approval of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Are there any questions of the planner?
Through you, I believe the homeowner had indicated that the diagram that's shown on the screen is incorrect, and they are taking out the stairway from that addition. Have you received a new diagram, or is it required for your purposes?
Mr. Chair, through you, thanks for the question, and it's not required for our purposes. Quite correctly, we learned that the premise for the ARU is single-story living to accommodate a family member of the owners, and that the basement area that's proposed would be for use of the occupants of the primary dwelling.
Oh, go ahead.
Another question. Some of the neighbors expressed concern with respect to the lack of parking, and they are indicating that currently commercial type vehicles are parked on the road. Is that being addressed?
Mr. Chair, through you, we haven't received any enforcement matters in this regard, so we can follow through by circulating to municipal law enforcement to see have there been any instances that have been recorded, but the neighbors didn't indicate that any concerns had been filed to my knowledge. So we are confident that the on-site parking that's available and that's proposed certainly can accommodate the minimum 2 cars that are parking spots. Excuse me, they don't necessarily have to be cars. Vehicles, 2 parking spots, that there is room on site to accommodate those. There are no additional parking requirements for the ARU.
Go ahead.
One other. One of the neighbors commented it looked like the cars would be driving over the septic system. Is that true? And if it's true, is that not a good thing?
I'll continue on, Mr. Chair. Quite correct, it is not a good thing to drive over a septic system, and as part of the building and septic permitting process, there would be an absolute requirement that the driveway be accommodated outside of where the new septic system would be.
Further questions? Mr. Strangway, go ahead.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through to Ms. Berry. A couple of questions. I noticed on the one diagram, it says shed and pool to be removed. Is that in fact the case, or?
To the committee member, you know what, we're going to have that question addressed by the owner. It isn't anything that is a contravention of the zoning bylaw, so should they stay or should they go, to quote the famous song, is a non-issue as far as zoning compliance goes. But to answer your question, so that you can evaluate the application further, we'll have them just confirm whether that element has changed or not.
Okay. And one further question, if I may, Mr. Chairman. I'm just a little unclear on the septic. There were some concerns expressed, and it's been indicated that the septic is not a problem and is in compliance, and yet there's a new septic system going in. Is it replacing the old system, or just where are we at with that?
Yes, through to the member, it is a new system that will replace the existing to handle the nitrate loading from both the primary dwelling as well as the increased loading from the ARU. So we have the information from the septic designer, which in fact, forgive me for not proceeding one further slide here, this is part of that evaluation and what was included in the septic designer's application. So this is indicative of where the new system would be located on the lot to replace the existing one, only one single system.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Robinson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I had a question about the pool, because it seems like that has been determined to be the source of the water that was the neighbor had identified as being an issue. And the plan here says that the pool is to be removed. We can't see exactly where the pool is and whether this new septic, is there a way to ensure that the pool is removed? Can that be a condition of the, if this moves forward, can this be a condition? Because I think this dashed area at the back, that's the new septic system. Am I correct? That whole area there. So do you know if the pool is over that, or?
To sort of reiterate, we'll have the owner who's on the line confirm because of changes that may have happened that perhaps we're not yet up to speed on. But that said, I would support a condition if the owner agreed to it, but the pool is separate to what the purpose of the application is, and in my opinion could be overly onerous as a condition on this application. With the owner's acceptance of that, no problem. Understood.
And the driveway that they talked about putting in, are they talking about a new driveway or just widening the existing driveway?
We haven't asked for plans yet. That was new information just in response to some of the concerns that were raised that the owner had provided to the committee. So perhaps the owner can be asked to elaborate on that.
Yeah.
We don't have a site plan indicating a changed driveway at this time.
Are two driveways permitted on a corner lot or on any lot? Is there a regulation about that?
Through to the member, there are spacing requirements for the distance between entrances. With the committee's indulgence, I can double check the zoning bylaw for this particular Hamlet residential zone in this township to see if there is anything that would restrict multiple entrances. They are permitted in other other township zoning bylaws.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further to the planner? Mr. Myers, go ahead.
Just further to that, I would like to give the planner an opportunity to find that in the bylaw, because some municipalities, it's allowed, but you have to apply for a permit. And in fact, there was no feedback from the roads department. Was there in here? Unless I missed it somewhere. So if we could confirm that. Also, a further question. The thing about the park, so all we're dealing with is the, on the variance, is the reduction of the lot size. That's really the variance, right? It has nothing to do with much more. I appreciate the concerns that people have, but I question, you know, it's over 50% reduction. So why, what's the bylaw is not attached either, so I'm curious to know what it says in the bylaw, because it's mentioned on page 3 of 5 at the top, that lots under 4,000 square meters threshold require review to determine whether lot, so is that in the bylaw? Is that part of the bylaw where it says that?
Through to the member, the bylaw states the minimum is 4,000 square meters.
Okay, so the paragraph at top of page 3, that's an interpretation, or does it say in the bylaw that lots under 4,000 square feet shall require this?
The zoning bylaw doesn't give direction in terms of how to evaluate exceptions to the minimum or maximum requirements. We see direction for this in land use policy out of the official plan as one, where servicing requirements have conventionally been used in any number of designations where private services are in place to determine the ability to digress from those minimums, under what circumstances, and provision for looking at hydrogeologic features of the site, for one, are identified in the official plan as an acceptable means by which to reduce the lot area. So when it's demonstrated through that septic work that the lot can handle the proposed septic loading or nitrate loading, that it has the carrying capacity to do that, that is certainly deemed by us when reviewing the application to be well within an acceptable range in that threshold.
So it's not a requirement. Like it says lots under 4,000 square meters threshold require, but that's nowhere in the bylaw, that's nowhere else. It's nothing, it's an option that we have, or you have as planners, but it's. Okay, I'll listen to people and then I'll bring it up again.
Ms. Berry, I just agreeing with Mr. Marsh and Ms. Robinson, we'll take a moment and perhaps you could check the zoning bylaw on the driveway situation.
Mr. Chair, thanks very much for the indulgence while we took a look at the zoning bylaws. So as far as I can tell, the provisions for spacing, not limits to number of entrances, but spacing is 15 meters from an intersection. So at least in Mariposa, that's what we're finding. Although I recall the correspondence from the owner indicating a paved driveway or walkway extension, I'm just not locating it in my record, so I wouldn't mind taking a look at exactly where that is to determine if the suggestion was a second driveway or if that was a question that the member had raised out of curiosity, or if that's actually what's being proposed. Perhaps that'll clarify some matters further. Of course, the owner can speak to this as well.
That being the case, then through you to the planner.
I didn't know, Ms. Berry, were you finished? Before I go.
If I could redirect, Mr. Chair, and just ask the member if the question for the second driveway was just a question, or was it based on information received as part of the application?
Ms. Robinson?
Well, I heard in the presentation that they were, just what I heard from you, that they were considering either an additional driveway or an expansion to the driveway, and I wanted clarification on that. And if it was a second driveway, where would it be or could it be based on zoning? So I think I heard you say spacing of 15 meters from the intersection. So I'm looking at the survey, trying to see the depth of the property. Do you have that dimension? Because I just can't see it here.
And while I'm looking at the site plan for that dimension, Mr. Chair, I would just like to add, it's not in my notes about a second driveway or an additional driveway. I definitely recall referring to an expansion
Okay.
based on the comments, so forgive me if the word addition or additional came out, not
Okay.
part of the proposal.
So if that's the answer, a wider driveway, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. I mean, I just wanted to know if it was going to be another driveway, and if it was possibly going to be, would that be possible under the
Yeah,
bylaws?
I think Ms. Berry has clarified that, so Mr. Marsh, go
Okay,
ahead.
that's great. Yeah,
Could I speak for a moment?
No, we will get to you. Go ahead, Mr. Marsh.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, if it's a concern, we can add it as a condition. That we can spell it out in the resolution if we decide to move forward with it, so.
All right, one of you make a note of that then. I find my memory still good, but as I get older, it gets shorter. So if you would just. All right, anything further from the committee to the planner? Ms.
Through you, please, to Ms. Berry. If this were on a serviced lot, could you tell me what the minimum square footage is that's required?
Through you to the member, with communal or municipal water supply, the lot area in the Hamlet residential zone in Mariposa is 1,400 square meters.
Oakwood is serviced by water. Is this, this house obviously isn't on it. If they came on it, they'd still be deficit by 1 square meter, which wouldn't be a problem. So that might solve the problem.
Was that a question to the planner?
Would that help if they came on to the serviced water? Because sounds like the septic division has decided that the septic's fine to service it.
Through to the member, We're comfortable with the results of the septic design, that the advanced treatment system, it's a highly engineered system, can handle the septic on the size of the lot that's there, regardless of whether there's municipal water or not.
Anything further of the planner?
Or perhaps, Mr. Chair, further of the planner, to the member, just for the dimensions of the lot, the clarity of the resolution is quite poor on the scan as well. So according to the survey and the full, the hard copy of the file, we've got a lot depth of about 30 meters and a lot frontage, or the wider part of the lot, at just under 47 meters.
She has all the answers. Yep. To whomever that was that came in there, I didn't mean to be abrupt, but you kind of caught us off guard. Anyone that wishes to speak to this application is going to get an opportunity to speak to the application. So please be patient with us. We're trying to get through this, but everyone will get an opportunity that wishes to speak will get an opportunity to speak. All right, nothing further of the planner? All right, is the applicant online? Does the applicant wish to speak to the application?
I am online, thank you. Sorry, and that was me. I was just wondering if you wanted clarification on that driveway.
What is your name, ma'am?
My name is Bobby Gray,
And
and I am the applicant.
all right, we can't see you, we can hear you. So did you have, was that a question you had?
Hi.
Oh, there you are. Okay, go ahead.
No, I wanted to clarify the driveway situation for you because it seemed like you were a little unclear. We don't want two driveways. We were going to extend the driveway on the right side of the garage, very similar to our neighbors where they park a trailer or a boat or, you know, extra sort of utility vehicles. And that would alleviate parking spaces in the actual driveway. Our driveway accommodates 4 cars currently. So yeah, we didn't need to do another driveway for the addition.
All right, is there anything further you wish to say in relation to the application, ma'am?
Well, I kind of wrote a response to a few of the neighbors that had written letters. And if you wouldn't mind, I would read it to you.
As long as it's not 14 pages long. Do we have a copy, do we not? Well, I don't know, do we have a copy of yeah, we do. All right, we have a copy here. That won't be necessary, yeah.
So you don't need me to read the response?
We don't.
Okay. So I just wanted to say a couple of things. The driveway isn't going to be an issue because of the what I just explained. The tree line, they were concerned that we were going to cut some trees down. We have no desire to get rid of any of the foliage on our property. It sort of is private and we like it that way. And as far as the septic goes, it's all been approved by the city and the septic designer. It is, you know, for my mother who's aging. And I know that our neighbors had a concern that we were going to, you know, use it as a rental property. There is absolutely no intention on doing that. Like I stated in my response, it is going to be passed down to my daughter. We've been in the community for 16 years. And we have no intentions on moving. So we'd like to stay. I think their concern is that there's going to be, you know, low-income riffraff renters in the unit, and that's not the case.
Anything further?
I don't think so.
All right. And please not to be,
Sorry, one other thing.
yes, go ahead.
The entire exterior is going to be renovated, all brand new. The place is going to look better than it ever has. And it is going to enhance and you know, the aesthetics of our entire community. I think our neighbors, the ones that are discouraging this, are going to be pleasantly surprised that the property looks fantastic when it's done. So we've spent, you know, 16 years focusing on the interior of our house, and now we're going to focus on the exterior. So I hope that that's all taken into consideration when the application moves forward.
All right, and
So
thank
thank
you.
you for your time.
Yeah, and thank you, Ms. Gray, and we appreciate you taking the time, so thank you very much. Are there any questions of the applicant? Mr. Strangway?
Yes, thank you. I just noticed a little note here, shed and pool to be removed. Is that an above-ground pool, and is that in the area where the new septic bed's going? Just a little clarification there.
From my understanding, they do want the shed to be moved. And I think that's basically where the new septic is going to go, in that area where the shed is. But I'm not 100% sure on that. And the pool is an above ground pool, and it's a, you know, it's not a huge above ground pool. Right now it is directly in our backyard, and the ARU is going to be on the side of our property. So I don't really think that that is an interference. And if the shed has to be removed according to the city's requirements, then of course we would remove the shed.
Just to be perfectly clear, on the note, it says shed and pool to be removed. Is the pool to be removed or moved or stay there?
I'm not really sure. I mean, if the pool has to be moved, then I guess that's what we have to do. But we weren't sure if it was like mandatory to move it, or if they were concerned that the pool was going to be in the way of where the septic is going to be, the new septic is going.
Well, let's get some clarification then. Ms. Berry, can you speak to that?
Mr. Chair, I really can't. If the pool is in the way of the septic, it has to go, period, the end. It's not going to get approved otherwise. So there is a complete permitting process still ahead should the committee approve the reduced lot area for the ARU. And as part of that, again, if the shed or the pool are in the way, they will have to be moved. They aren't contravening the zoning bylaw where they are. So it would be simply a matter of fitting them on the lot. And if they couldn't, with the new septic system in place, then, and we hear that the owner is willing to oblige, they will have to go. They will not be permitted to stay. I would reiterate our sort of position that those would not be appropriate conditions to consider including at this point without there being a building and septic permit process that's been undertaken.
Oh, and I hear you. I'm assuming it's all going to be part of the building permit process, so absolutely. Mr. Strangway, did you have a follow-up?
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Marsh?
Through you first to Ms. Berry, and then perhaps to the deputy. The issue came up, Member Archer brought it up, about the municipal water. So is there municipal water available there? I thought there was as well.
Yeah.
And have you explored that option of tying into the municipal water system?
Ms. Gray?
We do have municipal water on our street. We do have access to it. We've never tied into it because our well is amazing and it works great. But if that is one of the conditions that we have to tie into town water for the ARU and for the existing residents, then of course we would do that. You know, we will do anything to get this approved because this is a big deal for our family.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Anything further? Ms. Robinson?
I'm just following up on the pool, and the reason is I'm still not clear on whether the pool is over top of the proposed septic system. And the reason why I'm following up is because we got this complaint from the neighbor, or a comment from the neighbor, that water from your property was going on their property, and we've now found out it was draining the pool. And I'm concerned that the bigger septic system to accommodate the ARU moves the pool potentially closer, if the pool remains, moves it closer to their property. I think they're next door to the west, but I'm not 100% certain. And I just want to make sure, first I want you to, I don't even know if you're aware that that water from your pool went onto their property, and if there's a way in the future, if the pool gets kept, that doesn't happen. But
First of all, I had no idea that any water was going into their property. Our neighbors have never, ever stated a concern about it. But secondly, the pool certainly wouldn't go closer to the neighbor. If anything, it would go farther away from the neighbor. Because if we were to keep the pool, or if we could keep the pool, it would probably go in between the new ARU unit and our unit, so that it's sort of shared between my mom and us. And the new septic system is on the far end of the property, not anywhere near the neighbor that's complaining about the pool. So I don't think any of that is relevant to any of the application or any of their concerns.
it would have been good if we knew where the pool was now, and we don't have that
So the
information.
pool is right, if I had a pointer. So if you look at that plan.
Can you put the plan up that
okay,
shows
so the very back
the
end of the
septic
property?
system? There's a plan that shows the outline of that one, yes.
Okay, so the pool is, I'm trying to read that. Currently, so where it says, I think that says residence dwelling, I think that's what that says. It's right directly behind that, like right to the back, that's where the pool is. So you'll see where the square dotted line is, there's like a covered porch in the backyard. The pool is like sort of to the right and back.
But I'm looking at this, I can't really see it on this. Does this satellite on the, let's see it.
Leah, can you use your pointer? Is that a possibility? And perhaps that'll clarify.
Let's see that air photo.
It'll be on this one, Jen. I think, yeah.
I just see a bunch of dark. Oh, yeah, and that conflicts with the septic tile field. I can see the circle. It's pretty dark, but.
Mr. Chair,
Where,
so
I don't
to
see,
Just hold on now, one at a time here. Ms. Berry, go ahead.
As stated, if it is necessary to move the septic, it would also have to be reviewed for like its structural integrity. We've heard before with overhead, overground, above ground pools that moving them can actually be more problematic than fixing them if there's some issue that needs to be fixed. This isn't based on a survey, and I feel that it isn't giving the most accurate information. But I'm going to share some rough calculations and measurements because I think it would help answer the questions, keeping in mind it is a separate issue to the purpose of the application, and I'd like us to get back there when we can. The pool appears to be 24 meters plus or minus into the interior of the lot from Ken Scott. Okay, so that's about 79 feet. The septic dimensions, the envelope, potentially is about 110 feet from that property line. So there would be an overlap. It is entirely possible. So I think that I will leave it there, Mr. Chair.
And is that okay to have the pool over top of the septic tile field?
It's not, and that's not suggested to stay. Okay. It cannot be, like the driveway, it cannot have no structures over top of the septic field.
Okay.
And I think we've heard that as part of the building process, that'll be looked at. Now, we have Mr. McKinnon, who's the plans examiner for Building and Septic Division online, if you want to speak to him about it.
I think we have the answers, yep.
Are there any further questions of the applicant? All
I
right.
don't believe so. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you. So we'll go now. All right, is there anyone online wishing to speak in support of this application? In support of this application? Anyone online wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Opposition to the application? All right, being none, committee. Mr. Marsh,
More questions
go ahead.
For-
They,
to the planner, please.
all right.
It's this thing about the water, why, was that even considered as an option? Did anybody, like, I'm hearing from the applicant that they have no issue with it. We can resolve this. This application wouldn't even be here if they agreed to hook into the water system. Is that correct?
The
No,
water system,
no, I don't think so, but go ahead, Ms. Barrett.
Mr. Chair, the minimum is 1,400 square meters, and the lot is 1393.79, plus or minus according to impact. So that gives us a differential of just over 6 square meters, and it would still need a variance to address that dimension.
Split hairs, but the bottom line is it can still be, so can we amend this, that it be hooked up to municipal water?
And is that enforceable with respect to this application?
Sure it is.
I don't know, Ms. Berry.
Mr. Chair, the committee can consider adding a condition of approval in this regard, as they can with anything. My suggestion is to only include conditions for connections to municipal services in accordance with the municipal connections bylaw. So if the condition reads to be in accordance with the connections bylaw, then that's fine. But I would advise the committee not to make this approval contingent on just connecting to water. So should the technical details of the connections bylaw read that this is an eligible candidate for connection, absolutely, through the redevelopment of the lot. But that would be my only advice.
And I agree with Ms. Berry.
Make it clear, spell it out, is what, right, thank you.
Committee, I'm back to you again. Mr.
Do you want a motion? I would give you a motion that reads that it be supported with a condition added, because, and I'll speak to the motion once I make it, that they, could I get the wording on that, Ms. Berry? In accordance with the municipal water connection. Right.
Do I have a seconder? Ms. Archer. Go ahead, Mr. Marsh.
I honestly think this is the best way to deal with this. We've got the application before us. I've heard and read, and I sympathize with the applicant and the neighbors for that matter, but this brings it much closer to conformity. I was struggling that it's not minor in nature when it's more, it's double what the allowable was. And I believe that this fits more in the, that it meets the 4 tests. So, yeah, I'd ask for your support on it.
All right. Ms. Archer, do you wish to speak to it? No. Is there any further?
I'm concerned for the applicant as to the cost of this connection and then the future costs of the Kawartha Lakes water, because as a Lindsay resident, it's almost like a mortgage payment. So I just feel for the people if they have a decent well.
Mr. Strangway?
I wonder if Ms. Berry can help us out. I'm sure Mr. Marsh and yourself will remember that we at council at one time had quite a discussion about this. And if I remember correctly, finally a bylaw went into place about these connections and when it was necessary and so on. And I believe homeowners did have some options, but I can't just remember the details. It might have been if you had to replace a well or replace a septic, then you had to connect. But as long as you had a working well and septic, you didn't. So I just am wondering where we're at with that.
No, a very good question. So, Ms. Berry, do you wish to respond?
Forgive me, I'm not really sure, Member Strangway, of the specific question. Are there exemptions? There's certainly, within the bylaw, occasions when services are mandatory, yes. Does it spell out exemptions to when that is? I think I'm making up that part of the question. That may not have been what you were asking. That's the part that I'm looking into. But I am confident that there are details on when unserviced lots need to get serviced in that bylaw.
And there's just something in my mind, and I could be wrong, that people did have an option if they had a working well, which in the case of this motion would still allow the person to make the choice whether they wanted to hook up or whether they want to maintain their own water service.
Go ahead.
Not the intent of this motion. This motion says they must be hooked up to the municipal water system. It's not an option. It's very clear. I want that very clear, because if we're looking at them hooking into the well, then we're in for a whole other debate, because it's not minor in nature. It doesn't. There's umpteen things that could be argued on it. I mean, it can be resolved. The applicant's prepared to resolve it, and don't quote me on this, but my recollection, similar to the three of us, it's been a while, is that it is an option. You have the option to tie in. So we're saying if you want to move ahead with this, then you got to tie into the water system. But I'm not saying they have an option. This is a condition.
Barry, wish to speak?
Thank you. Through the building permit process, should there be an inconsistency, or should a development or the issuance of the permit contravene another municipal bylaw, that contravention would have to be addressed before the permit could be issued. Where I'm going with this is, should that bylaw state that in order to redevelop the property, it must have the well decommissioned and tie into municipal services because they're within certain number of feet, the existing water line, certain number of feet of the property, that it must connect, it would anyway, regardless of a condition being on the minor variance or not. So it is a belt and suspenders. The suggestion of mine to include language in Member Marsh's condition that there be a municipal connection, my proviso is recommended that it be in accordance with that connection bylaw. So I did hear Member Marsh say the point of the motion is to ensure a municipal connection, and I just want to put it out there for the rest of the members, if this wasn't already obvious, that there could very well be an exemption to not needing the municipal connection as part of that bylaw. So I don't want to give any false sense of security to supporting that you will get the result you're trying to get through this condition if it's tied to the mandatory connections bylaw.
And did I not hear you say, Ms. Berry, that as far as you're concerned, as far as this application is concerned, you just assume we didn't attach this type of condition? Hear that?
In my opinion, I don't think that the condition is necessary. It's an opportunity to have some other elements considered, but the construction of the ARU and the functioning of the lot is not contingent on there being municipal water. Is it a goal or objective of either the official plan or of this committee in terms of the future development of Oakwood? That's a different conversation. That can be part of this conversation, but the point of the reduction of the area and why we feel that it can be considered minor is because it has the science and the engineering behind it to demonstrate that it is minor, because it can be dealt with. If the results of the septic review performed by Mr. Clark indicated the lot just wasn't big enough, there is no system that can be designed or engineered to deal with the nitrate on 1,393 square meters, it wouldn't be minor. We would have to look at evaluating this through another planning application, but that simply wasn't the results.
Yeah, and I just like to, I get to speak to it as well, and I agree totally with Ms. Richardson and Mr. Strangway, I think, and My concern is this: there was no indication whatsoever when we looked at this application with respect to whether or not it was to be connected to a municipal supply of water, and there wasn't. And we talk a lot about, well, no, hang on, I'll give you a chance, Dave. We talk a lot about, are we stretching things a little bit with respect to our mandate when we're talking about things that maybe aren't directly related to the application? Well, I would suggest respectfully that this may very well be one of those things. So we're perhaps adding for lack of a better term, a cost to the applicant when in fact it's not required as it relates to the application. So I would speak against the motion as it's written. So, Mr. Vaughn?
Some more questions. First of all, like I said, I don't want to debate that it absolutely makes a difference. It's a difference of being within 6 square meters versus 1,400 square meters. I mean, this is ludicrous to say that it doesn't really matter and we're not addressing the variance, because if this remains, I can't support it because it's not minor. And I'm going to get into, I'd rather defer and get some answers to this. Like this thing about saying, well, you got to be careful because if the bylaw, so if the bylaw states that they have the option and they have the ability to hook up to the water system, which I think it does, it would go ahead. But if for some reason it says they can't unless their well fails, they can't do it. Well, that is the intent, and that is very, very important. And
I think we've heard from Ms. Berry that
call the question. If it fails, then I'll debate the other way, and I won't support it at all because I have the grounds not to support it.
and I was going to suggest that, but I think Ms. Berry indicated that as a result of the building permit process, if in fact we find that it doesn't comply, then there would be an order to hook up to the municipal water. But that would be part of that process, and someone else would make that decision. That's the way I'm hearing. Well, that's...
But the intent, I just want to, again, because there seems to be some confusion, I don't care what the building, if the building process is, yeah, they can do it without hooking into municipal water, then, in my opinion, this whole application changes whether it meets the 4 tests. Okay? It shouldn't be an option. I don't want it to be an option. You hook up, you get your addition. You get your variance, okay? If you can't, then I'm sorry, you can't, because I agree then with a whole pile of these people's concerns and other things, and I think that...
All right, I think maybe we've beaten it to death, Mr. Marr, so I'm...
So also,
okay.
I'm happy with a deferral. People want to get answers on it so that these people don't get turned down.
I'm not given the discussions that's in order either, but let's try a vote and see what happens. So the motion on the floor, is everyone clear on the motion on the floor? All right. Those in favor? That fails. All right. I'll ask, is it someone else wish to make a, yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So in my opinion, the variance is minor in nature because the intent of the bylaw for the minimum square footage of the lot for an additional residential unit is to ensure that the servicing can be provided on the lot. And it says that in the planning report, the planner's report, and that was a commentary, not an extract or something out of the bylaw. But that's the intent of having the minimum size. And we have dealt with applications for...
Do I have a
reducing-
motion there?
Yes,
before you-
okay. I just wanted to, anyway, okay, so
Will
I
you-
do think it's minor in nature. I'm moving approval of the application as printed. I could have just said as printed, but I wanted to give a little, because I'm dissenting.
You a seconder, you can do that. Do I have a seconder? Okay, Mr. Richardson, go ahead.
Yeah, so just to finish off, I think that it is minor in nature because in this case, they were able to demonstrate that the servicing, both septic and water, can be provided. There's a huge septic tank area in the back, tile field area in the back, which has been approved by the town. by the municipality. And then the well, if something happens with the well through the permit process or in the future, at least we have the comfort of knowing they can hook into water if necessary.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson, do you wish to speak to that? Yes, Mr. Marsh, go ahead.
Can Ms. Berry tell me in the bylaw where it states that the reason, what the grounds are for the 4,000 square meters? Does it say in there it's, the reason for it is to be able to allow for septic and water?
Mr. Chair, through you, the language isn't explicit for that reason. When we have the 4,000 square meters, the 0.4 hectares throughout the official plan for new lots, servicing existing lots for residential purposes like this, in any number of other land use designations, including hamlets, that is a number that we see repeatedly throughout the official plan as being an appropriate lot size, unless it's demonstrated through site servicing study, hydrogeologic study, that the lot can be adequately serviced otherwise. So that is language from the official plan. And in fact, it is also in the ARU official plan amendment for the city's official plan. So it is included as a consideration to give us direction when looking at the zoning provision and when it should be changed, if at all.
How easy would it be to get a copy of that zoning bylaw? Because I'm going to be honest, we're flying by the seat of our pants because I've never read the ARU zoning bylaw, and I don't think anyone else has.
Mr. Chair, it's as easy as me giving Member Marsh this piece of paper. And
That's
this
a
isn't
small
dramatic, this actually is the
I told
Mariposa
you.
extract.
I told you she has all the answers.
She doesn't have all the answers, but I
No,
appreciate that.
I'd like to know what it actually says in the ARU bylaw that came down from the province, because, again, I don't want to start, like, if we're going to get into wording, does it say that it's an option to be smaller? Does it say that, or does it say it must be larger than 4,000 square meters?
One more question, Mr. Marsh, and then I'm going to call a question on the motion.
I'd like to defer until I've had an opportunity to see the ARU bylaw, because no one seems to be able to answer it clearly. And
Ms. Berry?
No offense to the planner, but I'm confused as to, A, is it minor in nature? I don't think it is. It's more than 50%. Or 100%. It's how you can possibly, like, what's the rationale in the bylaw for 4,000 square meters? So it can be serviced. I agree with that, but where does it say it must? Okay, and then you've got all these other concerns that become part of it. So like I said, I don't think it's minor, and I'd like to know where the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, where it states in there, complies with all applicable zone provisions with the exception of lot area. So all I want to see in the ARU is the reasoning behind the lot area. If it says it's strictly to service it, then that's a whole other world.
Well, I'm going to do this. I'm going to call the question on the motion, and then if it passes, what I'm going to suggest then is perhaps we need yourself to perhaps deal with the planner there, or maybe the committee at some point with respect to that.
Until such time. You can put it to the end of the meeting, and that's not debatable.
I'm sorry?
Deferral can over.
Well, accept it.
So I always want this on the record, so you're denying me the opportunity to have that information put before this committee.
As a result of the information we've received from the planner and the discussions we've had around the table, that I think everyone is fairly clear on what's going on. I don't see anybody saying no, so.
I'd love to do a hand count. Has anybody seen the ARU bylaw? Has anybody read it? But then, Mr. Strangway, can you help me speak to it? Does it say anything in there?
I believe, and at my advanced age, we had a presentation on ARUs when I sat on this council, and I would be hard pressed to say where said it must be 4,000 square feet. I believe it was recommended 4,000, and that's why we're here today with this minor variance. I can't quote you word for word from it, but I know the suggestion was in there that be 4,000 square feet.
Yeah,
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We would be happy to, email immediately the electronic version of the ARU official plan policy, as well as the section 323 from the Mariposa zoning bylaw that contains all the ARU zoning provisions that Member Strangway has just referenced from that presentation that my predecessor on this committee, now Director Hawley, had put forward, had delivered. We also do intend to follow up just with a reminder package of further to that presentation of sort of the highlights, and we can see that there would be some interest in getting that here sooner rather than later for the interest of the committee. I'd like to just point out that in Schedule 1 to the report, this isn't part of the appendix, but Schedule 1 does reference the section of the official plan, and then the zoning section 323 for ARUs. So the policies are available, well, certainly through discussion with me, but on the city's website. This is an opportunity for us to take some feedback, and if it would be of benefit to enhance the schedule that references the policy sections, we can include pages of the policies extracted so that you have them at your fingertips and not have to do sort of any extra legwork. If that suffices. So the last thing I'll say, and I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chair, is to read verbatim the policy from the OP as well as the zoning provision for Member Marsh, if that answers the question about seeing the provisions. Hearing is not the same as seeing, but I'd be happy to read them out.
Yeah, I hear where Mr. Marsh is going, but at the same time, I don't feel, given the, I guess, the flavor of how the committee is going here with this, that there's a need to entertain a deferral motion. So I'm going to call the question. You're all aware of the motion on the floor as printed? Those in favor? That carries. And we've got opposed, Mr. Marsh and Ms. Archer. You got, okay. All right. And for the applicant, if you're still online, your application is approved. All right. Nothing with debate, and yeah, I'm sorry. Ms. Richardson, go
Can
ahead.
I speak?
Go ahead, Ms. Richardson.
As a follow-up to all the conversation, I honestly do not recall the training session we had on ARUs previously, and I think it would be really beneficial if we had another training session on it, because as we're getting more and more ARU applications, it would be a big benefit.
And that's why I said, I see where Mr. Marsh is coming from, but at this point in time, perhaps we're stretching it a bit, but I agree totally with those comments. Ms. Berry, if you could do that, we would appreciate it, because you're absolutely right, Mr. Strangway. We did have a presentation, but it was a bit ago, and it looks like these things are going to become more prominent all the time. So yeah, that's nothing wrong with knowing a little more about them. I just want to comment on the debate. I think debate is absolutely fantastic, and it clears the picture for a lot of people, so you'll never get me trying to stifle debate. All right, moving right along. We're now dealing with file number D20-2022-037, and this is 139 McKelvey Road, Geographic Township of Eldon. And again, Ms. Berry, go ahead, please.
Thanks for that, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this next application is to extend an existing non-conforming use of the land. Now, the application itself and the applicant, a family member who completed the application, has referred to the existing uses on the property as a family campground. And that same language has been repeated and reiterated throughout the all of the documentation related to the file. So throughout the notice to the neighbors, to the agencies in circulation, to certainly throughout the planning report, and has therefore also been repeated through any number of the public submissions that have come in. And I think it may be helpful, and I hope it is to the committee, to just clarify a couple of pieces about the actual existing use of the property, and if needed, as needed, when we get into comments received, we can elaborate on that piece. The property itself, there's the aerial image of it. The family has been using the property in almost an identical way since it came into ownership of the family in the 1950s. That is the task in front of the committee. When it comes to a Section 45 subsection 2 application, we aren't looking at the merits of the application according to the 4 tests of a minor variance. Those are tests associated with Section 45(1) and that you see quite often in front of you. This application, again, is a Section 45(2) application dealing explicitly with non-conforming uses and whether they should be extended or not. And the applicants have submitted an extensive package, much of which is in the appendices to the report that you have in front of you, as well as in the file as it relates to things like tax records and information of that nature that help substantiate the position or the claim that the owners are making that the use as a recreational property for the family only was used in the 1950s for the same purpose as it is being used today. And this application does not ask for it to be anything other than that. This is not an application to rezone the property, as has been suggested or questioned through some of the material. This is not an opportunity to do that, and that isn't the question in front of the committee is whether or not the property should be used for a quote-unquote family campground or a trailer park or a campground for other commercial endeavors or businesses now or ever. It is not zoned for any kind of a tourist recreation facility or use. It is zoned limited service residential, exception 1. The current existing use predates the bylaw, which came into effect October 24th, 1994. And again, to summarize, the applicants are simply asking the committee that it recognize that this is the use that has continued since the family purchased the property and started using it for this purpose. Okay, so that serves by way of some background. And here's a site plan to give you an idea without all the foliage of the aerial and all the vegetation that's on the property. We have McKelvey Road giving us frontage. Of course, McKelvey is a private road. It's not a municipal road. We've got Canal Lake that this property abuts. The site itself is just about over half an acre, 0.55 acres. It is unserviced, certainly no municipal services. Potable water is brought into the site when the family attends to camp overnight, and they did construct a private privy, which I'll get into the details of those in just a moment. So as we can see on the site plan, there are a number of structures that have existed on the property for some time. They range from the year 1970 through to 1985. There are 6 of them. They're noted as 4 of them being storage sheds, the privy that I spoke to a moment ago, as well as a covered picnic area, and we'll see some photos of what these look like in just a moment. The existing structures are proposed to remain. There are no additional buildings or structures proposed as a result of just recognizing the existing use of the property. The report itself went into a small section about looking at how the Township of Eldon zoning bylaw deals with campgrounds. It's simply included in the report for the fact that, again, the language that was used as part of the application is campground, but we do want to distinguish that the way that the zoning bylaw recognizes, defines, and permits campgrounds is very different and separate to what is and has been taking place on this property, and really is of no consequence in terms of the future use of the property. Should there be some proposal to reuse the property for a campground in accordance with the Eldon zoning bylaw, that would require a zoning bylaw amendment application through the Planning Advisory Committee and for a council decision. All right, and just then to summarize, so the owners, who are relatives and estate trustees of the late Mr. Hyvin, have provided substantial documentation to support the contention that the property has been used as a quote-unquote family campground initiated following the purchase of the land, and that dates back to October 3rd, 1955. There are a series of both owner testimonials and photos included in the appendices that refer to this. The LSR1 zone limits the use of the property to a vacation dwelling only and would prohibit a new family campground use. The LSR1 zone further only permits 2 accessory structures, of course, provided there's a primary dwelling on the site for those accessory structures to be accessory to. Forgive the convoluted statement there. And so any new additional storage sheds or accessory structures would not be permitted. And again, they aren't being proposed as part of this application. By recognizing the existing use and permitting it to continue, doesn't preclude the ability for the lot to be used in accordance with the LSR1 zone provisions in the future, meaning should the owners wish to build a single detached home, they could do so. There, of course, is a permit for that, a building permit process for that, and nothing about the decision that the committee would make today, for example, to approve the continuation of the use, would restrict or prevent the use from being used for either a single-family home or a vacation dwelling. Now, you may have noticed in the conditions that have been suggested, they only recognize, there's one, that existing use of land, building structures related to this approval shall proceed generally in accordance with the sketch in Appendix C, and of course, that is the site plan that's in front of us at the moment. Technical relief isn't required from the provisions of the bylaw due to the nature of the non-conforming use, and that's why you don't see specific references to sections and subsections in the conditions. For example, any of the LSR 1-1 zone provisions for the limited service residential parent zone, or the definitions, or the general provisions. Again, we're not using the LSR-1 zones to identify whether the placement of those sheds or the use of the sheds need to have relief from those aspects of the zoning bylaw. We're not evaluating the use of the land against the LSR1 zone. In fact, we are doing quite the opposite. We are looking to see whether the information provided as part of the application demonstrates the long-term use of the property, but most importantly, that it was happening before the zoning bylaw came into effect. And of course, that's date being the October 24th, 1994 date. All right, so that said, let's take a look at some photos to give us an idea of on the ground what actually is happening. When you enter the site, this is the top left photo. This is what you see from the street from McKelvey. As you come into the interior of the site, you see the accessory structures. I'll use my laser pointer and go to the second image, and I'm pointing to the tall wooden structure sort of at the front of the photo, being the privy, and then as we move backwards or towards Canal Lake, we see one shed accessory building, we see the picnic shelter, and then the remaining sheds here, again, as you come closer to the lake and eventually come out to a seating area and a dock. This next image shows the tree line that separates this property from the lot to the immediate north. As I stumble on my directions, apologies, to the right if you're looking at the lake, to demonstrate that there are an accessory building and a single detached home that are on the lot adjacent. And perhaps we'll leave it there. I'm just going to take a moment to go through, before we get to the public comments from circulation, that after we wrote the report, we received comments both from building and septic, no issues from building, and septic, our supervisor of Part 8 sewage noted that as a condition to the application that the owner is to obtain septic permits for the privy, but also for the gray water. So those have been explicitly identified as should the committee choose to recognize that this use has been going on and approve it to continue, it would be conditional on those septic permits being obtained. Okay, over to public comments now. We received a number of letters both in support and in opposition stating concerns to this application for permission to recognize the existing use. In support were 5 letters, 4 of which are included in the application, in the report itself, and one that came in after the fact, and then 4 that were in opposition. And to summarize, in reviewing the comments that were opposing this application, I won't call it a minor variance, but an application for permission is what is it's referred to. Opposition to rezoning for a campground use and related implications on reduced property values of surrounding residential properties, implications for taxes, concerns noted over how is sewage being dealt with on this property and is that appropriate, concerns over any leakage into the creek that then goes out into Canal Lake, of course having negative impacts on the environment, and that in the opinion of the surrounding property owners that the property is in a state of disrepair. All right, and also circulated to you ahead of the meeting were some comments from the applicant, who I understand is also on the line, who would be available to answer any questions should that be needed. Essentially, just reiterating the components that were submitted as part of substantiating the number of years the application. The number of years that the existing use has been in place that this application seeks to recognize, and that this committee, and that's outlined as well in the schedule to the report, is what we base the ability and your authority to use the provisions of the Planning Act to recognize the existing use. This is, again, to summarize, an application that proposes no changes whatsoever, nothing new. And Mr. Chair, we recommend, based on evaluating the material that was submitted as part of this application, that it should be permitted to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Just for clarification for the committee, how did this come to the attention of the
Mr. Chair, I believe there was a municipal law enforcement order that started from an inquiry, a nuisance complaint. But again, the owner may be able to speak to that in more detail. But that's how we were made aware of the issue and discussed options for how to address the non-compliance. And this is an avenue that is available to the owners that they elected to pursue.
Mr. Marsh, go ahead. Thank you, Ms. Berry.
Thank you for asking that, because I sort of thought it must have been someone that reported it. But does this suggest to me that any non-conforming uses that exist in the city of Kawartha Lakes, should it have to go through this? Like, why wasn't this list left that it's a non-conforming use, and then it's up to the person that complained to prove that it wasn't a legal non-conforming? Well, legal non-conforming is no such thing, but non-conforming use wasn't permitted. I just don't understand how it even got this far. Like, these people have used it since this time, and my biggest concern is there's thousands of properties in the city of Kawartha Lakes that fall under this. And does this mean that the city now is gonna start going after these if the neighbor doesn't like their neighbor and they complain? Like, how did this get here?
Is that the question,
That
Mr.
is a
Marsh?
question. I'd like to know the process that's involved as to why this is required. And does it apply to all properties in the city of Kawartha Lakes?
Ms. Berry?
Mr. Chair, through you, it does apply to all properties in the city of Kawartha Lakes and beyond. But of course, we're only interested in properties here within this municipality. This isn't something that is being started as a process. I believe I heard part of the question, is this something the municipality is now starting in terms of either enforcing or seeking out existing properties that don't conform to the zoning bylaw? Zoning bylaw conformity is an ongoing aspect of our municipal law enforcement team as well as a building enforcement team. So this is not new. It doesn't come up often. It is up to the owners to pursue recognizing and having permission to do certain things. We'll see later on the agenda that there are different types of elements of non-conforming uses where sometimes people want to expand them, not just simply recognize them to continue in a similar fashion, but the Planning Act provides for that. So it does come down to what the owner wishes to do once a nonconformity is realized.
Well, I think I'm hearing this was complaint generated, correct? So the city isn't about to be going out and looking for these, but if there's a complaint, we go and look, is that?
Mr. Chair, I don't know that it was a complaint, but it was brought to our attention from municipal law enforcement. And that could have been because of something that they saw themselves or because it was generated by a nuisance. But I can't speak to whether it was a specific complaint or not from the records I have.
Go ahead, Mr. Marsh.
Where does it say because there isn't a zoning bylaw for this, correct? There is no zoning bylaw for people using a vacant land to pitch a tent or put a trailer on. Is that correct?
Through to the member, the only zoning bylaw that exists and that matters is the Township of Eldon zoning bylaw. So there is a zoning bylaw, but if the question is there provisions within the zoning bylaw that dictate where you can put a tent up? No, there aren't. There are any number of uses that speak to defined uses where tents are permitted, as part of some other facility. Those are noted in the report, but not a zone per se, or whether you can yourself put a tent up on your own property. The zoning does not restrict that from taking place.
If this were a vacant piece of land and somebody wanted to go and pitch a tent and have a trailer there on weekends and take it home with them, I'm not saying it's there year-round or anything else, then it's not a permitted use? You have to get permission to take your family on a piece of land that you own to have a camp out?
I would definitely not generalize. Every case is different and every zoning bylaw. We have 19 of them that we would have to pay some attention to depending on where the land was. There are specific provisions for the use of trailers and where trailer parks, not to be parked or stored, but when one may, habitate it. So using it for recreational purposes, where that can be done, and that's limited to trailer parks and campgrounds. There is absolutely nothing wrong with storing your camper, trailer, pop-up, etc., RV on your own property. You may do that. When it is tied into some sort of services, utilities, and being used to sleep in night after night, that is an issue and that is a problem.
Is that the situation here then?
That, to my knowledge, is not the situation here.
So I'm still confused as to what are they in violation of? Why do they need this? Doesn't say they're in violation of any bylaws. They're not in violation of anything.
On a technical basis, there's no primary dwelling to which these accessory buildings are accessory to. So at sort of the very most fundamental level in the LSR-1 zone, without having a home there, the buildings themselves can't exist unless they themselves are recognized through a process like this.
For now.
Further questions? Ms. Archer?
Through you, please, to Ms. Berry. Did I hear you say that if we approve this, there can be no further buildings put on?
Through to the member, that's right.
Mr. Strangway?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Much along the lines that you've alluded to and Member Marsh has alluded to, I guess my first question would be as a follow-up, so what happens if we don't approve this? These people own this land, these buildings are there. So if this committee said, no, we're not going to approve this, what change, if any, would it make for these people?
Through to the member, if the committee was to deny the application to recognize this family use, then the enforcement arm would take over and require the removal of the accessory buildings unless there was some desire on the part of the owners to put up a primary use, i.e. a home.
And the other thing that I want, it says continuation of existing family campground. There's no suggestion, it's 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. So if we go ahead and approve it, does this mean it's approved forever?
That's a great question. Thank you for that. It is not approved forever, and that is, like with all applications through Section 45, only for as long as the Eldon Township zoning bylaw remains in force. So as soon as the Eldon bylaw is replaced with another bylaw and gets repealed, so too does the permission for this property to, should it be approved, be used for this purpose, as it has been. So only, that could be a couple years from now, a little longer, a little less. But eventually the idea is, and we know with the rural zoning bylaw project, that there is some light at the end of that tunnel, and the day will come where the Eldon Township zoning bylaw is repealed and replaced with another bylaw. And the owners are aware of that. They know that there is potentially that possibility, likelihood, and they may decide one day. It is, again, a family, an extended family, and it's 5 generations. That's a lot of interested parties to decide what they will want to do eventually with the lot. But that very well may include building a home in accordance with the LSR1 zone, or whatever the new zone label would be assigned to it in the new zoning bylaw.
One further question. I was on the understanding that, things are grandfathered. For example, we have a lot of situations in the city of Kawartha Lakes where buildings are too close to the property line, and it's not according to current plans, but we don't ask all those things to be moved and so on. Because this is already an existing condition, are they not, for the lack of a better term, grandfathered for this condition?
The presence of structures through to the member and the use of a property are treated differently in the Planning Act. There are 2 subsections that are included in the schedule just because it is not a standard area of the Planning Act that we all live in. So we included that there just for your background information. The opportunity to evaluate is why this is in front of the committee. The opportunity, because it was based on, again, an enforcement matter, the Planning Act gives this committee the opportunity to evaluate whether over the, I'm going to say long term because that's planning jargon, that use should continue. Let's imagine there wasn't a new bylaw in the works to replace this one. So for as long as the Eldon zoning bylaw is in effect, the task for the committee is to evaluate whether or not the use should continue. Non-conforming uses in the big picture are uses that should cease to exist. they don't conform to the zoning, and we live in a zoning world where uses should comply with the zoning bylaw. It's been developed and approved and used so that properties are used in accordance with it. But as we know, and has been pointed out by Member Marsh as well, there are any number of occasions where sites are being used outside of what the zoning bylaw would otherwise suggest it should be used for. So the whole sort of premise behind 45.2, section 45.2, is to evaluate whether there's merit in continuing the nonconformance or that it ceases to exist, like is what the planning policies would dictate over the long term should happen. So this is sort of the stopgap that gives owners the opportunity to do as what really is within their rights through the legislation upon evaluation of the committee.
Okay, I'll leave it there right now. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Just so I'm clear then, let's say, because there's no evidence to the contrary, that this was complaint generated, and bylaw and order have a look and went, oops, and as a result, bylaw have come to you and said, we have a situation here, can you deal with it? And you deal with it via a legal non-conforming position. But if you were, so this recognizes that as a legal non-conforming activity. If you chose to either deny or not to look at it, then they're going to go back, it becomes an enforcement issue, and they're going to have to clear the lot of whatever's there, correct?
Mr. Chair, correct, or have an opportunity to build in accordance with LSR 1.
Like a primary residence, or, yeah, all right. So that's the position we're in. If we say no, then it's back. Now, the next question, if I may, and I'll get to you, Mr. Marsh, but if we were to deny this, do they have the same rights to appeal that decision as anyone else would on a regular application?
Mr. Chair, they do, yes. 20-day appeal period following the decision of the committee.
Okay, Mr. Marsh, go ahead.
They being the city.
They is anybody who has met the minimum requirements for participation can appeal the decision.
But this was initiated by the city.
The application is initiated by the applicants. They were given a choice following a municipal law enforcement investigation. So the application was not initiated by the city. And forgive me, that's not maybe what you meant. That's what I heard.
It's not clear how it got here. Now I'm hearing there was an investigation by the bylaw department.
That's the language that's used. It's a municipal law enforcement investigation. That's the terminology that's assigned to it, whether it's complaint-driven or whether the inspectors happen to be driving by and recognize that there was an inconsistency and then decided to follow up with their partners in the planning division, which is us, and we did a zoning check and provided feedback, which we did in this case. This is going back a number of months. The zoning compliance outlined what are the permitted uses and what are not. And from that point, municipal law enforcement is provided comments saying there are a number of avenues that can be pursued, options that can be pursued to bring the property into compliance. And then municipal law enforcement takes over and discusses that with the owners, the proponent, and then the ball is in their court to decide, are they going to ignore it and deal with whatever enforcement comes out of the city, or elect to pursue planning relief one way or another. And meaning one type of application or another, a zoning amendment application or an application for non-conforming similar use extension, and that's how we got here.
And none of this is direct. Unfortunately, don't shoot the messenger. So please don't take my concerns or anybody else's personally. But I'm going to go back to what Member Strangway said, and that is, if we do nothing, okay. And the other thing I just want to bring to everyone's attention: in over 20 years of me sitting on committee, I have never seen this used, and maybe I have and I forgot about it, but I'd love to know when this has been addressed before. Maybe it's one of the ones I missed, not that I have a real good attendance record. However,
Not that we're questioning that.
right, it's news to me that this applies here. But what do you do in an instance of, there's streets in Lindsay where every house on the street doesn't conform to the bylaw? Are you suggesting that those people technically have to apply for a minor variance?
If it comes to our attention.
Right. Is that where this takes us?
I see the planner nodding, so I'm going to assume, yes, that's. Let's move along here a bit then. Are there any further questions of the planner? Yeah, Ms. Rid-
In the subject line, it states that they are wanting to recognize the existing non-conforming use as a family campground. However, in the condition, family campground is not mentioned, nor is it mentioned on Schedule C. So does that mean that technically we are not recognizing it as a family campground if we approve this, but we're just recognizing the current use?
Mr. Chair, through you, that's exactly right. We aren't suggesting that we design a definition to cover this use, and in so doing permit a new use or introduce a new use into the zoning bylaw that doesn't exist. It's not the nature or the intent of the application. And so just that was intentionally done to simply recognize the description of what is the name to one individual may mean something different to another individual. And we sort of forego that by not creating a definition for it. That's why.
Follow?
Well, it's different of the people who wrote an objection were concerned about the family campground. But based on what you said, that's really not a concern because they're just proposing to do what they're currently doing, and that's all we would be approving?
Through to the member, that's exactly right. Yes, nothing new whatsoever, and certainly not the use of trailer camp or park. Neither would it be campground, neither would be camp or day camp. Those are the only three definitions and uses that the Eldon zoning bylaw recognizes, and this existing family recreation use of their own property it would not fall with any of those, nor is it intended to. I hope that answers your question.
Follow?
Are they restricted to the number of tents they can have on that property at any one time?
Through to the member, no, they're not. No. And frankly, neither are any of us on our properties, assuming we live in Kawartha Lakes. Mr. Chair, at the risk of going outside of process, may I just make a comment on, and I respect you wanting to move on, but the piece around Lindsay and buildings being, like any number of buildings being not in compliance with the zoning bylaw, it's a really good point. I wanted to differentiate between non-conforming and non-complying. Many, if not all, of the zoning bylaws that we have at the city have special provisions in the general provisions section that recognize existing non-compliances that they may continue to exist. So I really do want to differentiate the use of a property, non-conforming versus the location of a building having a non-complying setback or height or coverage, something of that nature. Number of structures, accessory buildings, this sort of thing, that and Eldon as well would not create a nuisance issue for MLE with respect to non-compliances.
I'm just curious, now this has been going on since 1950, I think I saw there. So if we had been notified of this or advised of this and visited and we found that it's only been going on for 3 years, would you have, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but it's just for clarification, would you have taken the same position now that you're taking with this one because of the length of time this has been ongoing?
Mr. Chair, my opinion on this is entirely based on the historical evidence and the package of documentation that identifies sort of age and stage and years and passage of time indicating the use of the property before 1994. So absolutely, we would take a different position if the use had been initiated after 1994.
Mr. Question?
I guess, the whole thing here is, I think planning has unfairly been drawn into a bylaw enforcement issue. And that's really what this is. Bylaw needed to make a decision and say, if they're strong enough, and I dare the city of Kawartha Lakes to take this to court and let this get in the newspapers, that we're gonna go after some family that's been using a property since the
Mr. Marsh, I'm looking for questions.
I'm curious to know, again, if we do nothing, do we have the ability basically to defer this indefinitely? What are options does this committee have? Are we able to say? Yeah, well, I don't want to be part of this witch hunt, because that's what it is, in my opinion. That's not directed at planning by any means.
But I think it's come to planning now, so it's beyond the fact that, well, if we'll let the bylaw deal with it. They didn't, planning's dealing with it now, so.
Defer this indefinitely.
And we do learn, on occasion that people aren't familiar with the zoning bylaw and realize themselves, or because they've gone to apply for a permit to enhance a building or do something, that they realize we aren't in compliance with the bylaw. What do we do next? So we do see both through our partners in other divisions, municipal law enforcement, building, or from proponents coming in themselves. Like with all Section 45 applications, the Committee of Adjustment has three options before it with this application and all others: to approve the application, to deny the application, or to defer the application. A deferral, again, must be explicit in terms of what is needed to bring the application back to answer a question. And there are the exact same statutory permissions for appeals after the fact.
I won't be entertaining a motion to defer indefinitely, but I would entertain, if you can articulate specific reasons as to why a deferral would be in order. Certainly, I'll ask the committee about that, but it would have, Mr. Marsh, it'll have to be specific to what your deferral is.
And Mr. Chair, we will have an opportunity to revisit the recommendation that we've put forward versus any others once we hear all of the information, whether it's from the owners themselves or from any of the neighbors. That may help, and I'm sure will help you make your decision.
All right, one more time. Further questions? Mrs. Richardson, go.
Through you, one of the persons who commented on this included some pictures, and one is of all the tires in the waterfront. Is there anything that we can do about that, or can we refer it to Parks Canada to clean it up?
Again, I'm not sure, and I don't mean to speak for you, but am I just loud, or is it? But that's a little bit beyond our scope with respect to this application, is it not?
I'm really not, and I'd be happy to learn more about the particulars of when the photo was taken and under what circumstances and how, it was obtained. Are those tires still there? Are they actually attached to this property? I had a few questions about those myself. I would not suggest a property standards that would fall within the property standards bylaw in terms of like cleaning up the site. I wouldn't suggest that be attached as a condition. If we had more information about the nature of the photo and whether those tires are there, I for one didn't see any tires when I visited the property, but would be happy to speak to it with more information. With the information that we have, I wouldn't suggest having that matter addressed through a condition.
Let's see what the applicant has to say. Is the applicant online? Does the applicant wish to speak to this application? And your name, sir?
Yes, my name is Johan Lindell.
Please go ahead, sir.
I'll start by, I guess, giving a little bit of background with regards to how this arose. Apparently, there was a neighbor complaint that brought the bylaw enforcement officer in to investigate. We were sent a notification of being in violation of the bylaw, and that we needed to come into conformance or compliance. And a bit of this was covered in the discussion so far. being that all the buildings needed to be removed. In addition, and I'm making a bit of an assumption here, but as an LSR 1 designation, it doesn't allow for camping. So if moving forward, this was the course that the city decided to pursue, we also would not be allowed to camp on the site ever. It only allows for I guess they classified as a vacation dwelling. So that was that aspect. Now, other than that, I mean, the summaries that the planning manager presented were spot on. I share some of the, I guess, the big question marks about how this was allowed to proceed to this point, because this has been something we've done for the last 70 years with the family. And that is the only, I guess, aspect of this application. We just want to continue the use. We're not asking for anything else, really. And we understand that if we do need to make some changes. One thing I will mention, this property, the estate of my uncle is still in probate. So we technically have not been able to make any changes to the property until probate is completed. There has been a comment or two about disrepair. Yes, we're not legally allowed to make any changes until probate is finished. And, but I do also have a question about the deferral. If this is deferred, because as it sits right now, as I understand the bylaw, we are not allowed to camp there. We were given a deadline to comply with the officer who attended the site, meaning we were to remove buildings, etc., or face fines or legal fees. Once I had conversation with the planning manager, she was very helpful in outlining what our courses of actions were. I chose this, application for minor variance, as I guess the less painful avenue, and she was very helpful in just outlining what was involved in submitting the application. And here we sit. So if this is deferred, as it sits right now, we're not allowed to camp there, according to the bylaw, unless we're allowed to, or granted this extension of existing non-conforming use. So I guess that's where I'll leave it for now. I can address other questions as we go on.
All right. You indicated that the will is in probate right now, but so you can't make any changes. What changes were contemplated if, in fact, the will is worked out?
Really, it's a matter of cleaning up the existing buildings. They could use a roof here and there. Minor issues. We wouldn't be making changes to the structures. We understand that if we were to make changes, we would have to go through a permitting process, and I also understand that if we start applying for permits, then the city may then request that we come into conformance with the existing bylaw. That's not our intention. This is we would like to maintain the existing use and structures as they've always been intended, and use that as for 5, 6, 7 decades now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the deputy. Have your neighbors ever come to you and expressed a concern in the past? Or this just all of a sudden?
That was addressed to me?
Yes.
Go
No,
ahead.
this is the first occurrence in 70 years.
None of your neighbors came and said like, you shouldn't be doing this, or could you stop doing whatever it is that was bothering them? They just, all of a sudden, the bylaw officer showed up.
That's exactly the way it happened.
No, I think he indicated there was a complaint, and that bylaw came as a result of
Well,
that
yeah, but they
complaint.
didn't get the complaint. They never came to, the neighbors
No.
never came to you and said like, we don't like what you're doing, can you clean up the tires, can you do
No.
whatever? They just, all of a sudden, you got it, and the bylaw showed up and said you're in violation, basically.
Well, the bylaw enforcement officer, well, without giving any details, indicated that it was a complaint-generated visit. He came to visit the site specifically to address a complaint from a neighbor.
Questions, Mr. Strang?
Yeah, thanks for being here this afternoon with us and helping out. I understand that the will's in probate and that there's some changes taking place there. Has there been any anticipation on behalf of the family at some point in the future to put a permanent residence there? Or is the intention of the family at this time to continue more or less the current use in the foreseeable future?
There's been no discussion of any future development. We have used it as a family camping space, a place to get together, multi-generational. I grew up summers there in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and there is no plan. We like the use as is and have no, we do not want to change it. That's why we're asking for recognition of existing use and in the minor variance application.
Thank you.
Further questions? I have a couple for you. So is it used every weekend pretty well, this campground? Or?
No. It's rare that, we have sort of designated family weekends, or well, one specific one, which is coming up, the Civic Weekend. That has historically been I guess the largest one, and there might be 5 or 6 tents on the site. Other than that, the odd overnight, when the bylaw officer attended last August, there was my niece and her family and a couple of friends were spending 3 nights midweek. Like it's not specific to every weekend. It's rare that there is someone there every weekend. And more often than not, they're day visits to mow the lawn and just to get away from the city once in a while.
All right, but I heard you say you spent summers there. So what exactly does that mean? Are there people that actually camp there for the entire summer?
Well, as a child, this is going back to the 60s. We would be there often camping weeks on end. But these were intense, and in the buildings that actually still exist on the lot, we've been using as storage and food storage for kitchen utensils and camp stoves and that sort of thing. This is, but we would sleep in tents back in the 60s and 70s.
All right, thank you. Further questions? All right, thank you for that, sir. We appreciate you taking the time. Is there anyone online wishing to speak in support of this application? In support of this application? All right, being none, is there anyone online wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Opposition to the application? Well, one at a time. All right, King, was it? Mr. King, are you online? What's that? Yeah, Joel, we're leaving it up to you. I think we can still see the applicant on the line. Does he have to come off first? Now can we get Mr. King on? What's that? Oh, everybody has got answers here. All right, Mr. Minsky then. Ms. All right, I'm just trying to control you folks. I can't read all that stuff. All right, is the lady on the line that wishes to speak in opposition to this application? There she is. And your name, please, ma'am? We can't hear you. We can see you, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hear you now, but we can't see you.
Okay, would you like to see me?
Well, that's up to you. You can just speak if you wish.
Okay, thank you. Respectfully to the chair, committee, and the applicant.
What is your name?
My name is Rosemary Finn.
Ed?
I just want to, I want to know, is there consideration, I think my concern is that if we had known beforehand from the property owners what their intent was, like maybe via a road association meeting, or maybe to extend via emails that we have a contact email list to understand what this proposal was about, we would have more clarity. All due respect to the family. I think that concerns that some may have is the slippery slope. My question is, how many trailers might there be on there? You know, this could be something that could evolve into people being able to do whatever they want to do. And I think that we need to get a handle on that for our road. And is there consideration for the leaching of gray water into the common area that is adjacent to the property? And does the property, is it shared by Parks Canada? I guess these are some of the questions. And all due respect to the family and how long they've been there, I would love to see them do what they need to do. 70 years ago, there were things that were different. I can relate to that as having been a family cottage person. I guess these are some of my concerns.
All right. Mr. Morris, go ahead. You have a question of the applicant?
How long have you had your property at this location?
Are you asking me?
Yes, Ms. Finn, go ahead.
Okay, I've had my property here for nearly 9 years.
9 years. So in the 9 years, have you ever approached these people? Have you ever gone to them?
I have never even met, I've never met these people, but I don't want to use this platform for anything else than what it's for. I have not met, but
Okay.
it was
No,
through this that I know about it. That's
Okay.
how I know
All
about
right,
it.
so you were just, the first you've heard of it is through the public process? Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. And I can understand then why you would be concerned, because it doesn't necessarily address your concerns. Okay, that's all I have for now.
There may be more questions, so just hang on, Ms. Finn. Are there further questions of the deputy? Ms. Richardson, go ahead.
Through you, just for curiosity's sake, does the applicant contribute to the road maintenance and garbage pickup like the rest of the residents do?
Ms. Finn, go ahead. That was to you.
Oh, yeah, yes, I would assume that they would, because they're, they're equal property owners. There are 26 lots. The adjacent lot to the property is a common area, and it is a watershed. Those were concerns that I have, and that would bad water be leaching into our lake? Those are concerns that I have, and that the slippery slope effect could take place, whereas other people could apply for the same sort of thing, or that it would just be okay that trailers and such, particularly trailers, would go up and may be aggravating for neighbors.
Follow up? No. Further questions? No. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time, and we'll move along. So is there anyone else online wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Opposition to the application? Anyone wanting to speak in opposition to the application? Does anyone wish to turn on their electronics and speak in opposition to this application? All right.
Hello.
All right. Oh. Okay. Miss.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. What is your name?
I'm Sherry King.
All right. All right. Please go ahead.
Okay, I was just having a problem trying to figure out how to do this. I've never done a Zoom before, but thanks for your patience.
We can relate to
Um,
all your
We
problems.
were just,
believe me.
okay. We were just concerned because it was a zoning, like when we purchased our property here, we were told about the LSR, which was limited services residential. We looked at another property on the road that was vacant, and we bought with the intention of building a home here. The other property, we were told you couldn't even put a trailer on it while you were building the home. So we bought a property that already had a cottage on it that we could take down and then build a home that also had a boathouse in it. So my concern is if it's zoned for limited services residential, and then you do change something to make it campground or like I don't know. I know the gentleman that lived on that property, from what I've heard, lived in a trailer and he passed away. So now this family of his wants to take it over, but I personally haven't met anybody either from this lot. I'm just concerned with what it will do to our property values. And like the tires are at the lakefront and the property is in disrepair. I've had comments from my guest making comments about it. So overall, the concern is allowing tents and trailers and a mess and various different people just popping up on our road and causing more cost associated depending on how many people are showing up. And I think that's the overall concern for the people that are on the road, is where the septic and how many people are showing up. And, you know, will eventually it turn into a permitted campground or things like that?
All right. Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputy, committee? All right. Thank you very much for taking the time. We do appreciate.
Okay.
I have a question for the applicant, if we could go back to,
Let's see if we got any more opposition first. I will do that. And then all right. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Please turn on your electronics and we will hear from you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? None. Is the applicant online? Can you come back on, please? All right, sir, we have a question from a committee member for you, so go ahead, Mr. Marsh.
thank you. We just had someone suggest that, I don't know if it was your father or a relative, the previous owner lived in a trailer there?
No, he did not. Right. He owned a home in Toronto. Yeah. And he would weekend. I mean, he might camp for 3 or 4 nights, but he did not live in the trailer.
Okay, I just want to clarify that for everybody's sake, because this whole thing is a little cloudy. Okay, so no one's ever lived in the trailer illegally. They just exactly what you told us.
Not ever.
70 years, people have camped there. No one's ever raised any issues with it.
Not until a year ago.
Whose name is?
About a year now.
So, whose name is the property in?
Well, that's it. It is in the, right now it's in my, I have 2 older sisters who are trustees until the probate is complete. And so technically they are listed as trustees on the title until the estate's been settled.
Okay. So was your father Juhan?
It was my uncle.
Hugo?
No, I'm Johan. My father was.
So you, okay, so you're the applicant. You're
That's
down as the
correct.
applicant on behalf of the estate.
I'm acting on behalf of the extended family.
Okay, thank you.
Now, you did hear, sir, what the objectors had to say. Do you have any response to those comments?
Nothing has changed. My only comment is nothing has changed. We have no intention of changing the use or increasing our visits. At the moment, we're just really, we're in limbo ultimately because of the I guess the neighbor complaint, and then the bylaws officer serving his notice of being not in compliance. We again, we're in a state of limbo because why would we be doing anything on the property, first of all, if the enforcement people move forward with having us take down buildings. And that's in addition to the whole probate situation as well. There's really nothing to add. The application speaks for itself. We have no intention of doing anything other than we've always done there, which is camp on the odd weekend, long weekends, and day visits.
All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate, I'm sorry, a question for you. Go ahead, Mr. Strangman.
Yes, just one quick question. I got the inference from one of the previous speakers that there's a road association there and there are fees. Has your family
Yes.
been involved in that and paying fees?
Absolutely, we pay our annual fees. We pay our annual taxes just like any other resident in Ontario that owns property. That we are on their email chain. So yes, we're involved in that as well.
Thank you.
All right, and again, sir, thank you for your help. All right. Committee, where are we? Mrs. Archer?
I'd like to ask a question through you, please, to Ms. Berry. They talked about, one of the people in opposition mentioned runoff, watershed, and I think you said somewhere along the line that the city septic has been involved in this because of the privy. Is that true?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. That was exciting. Like a disco effect. Thank you for that, Member Marsh.
Mr. Marsh is just full of those things. Go ahead, Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to the member, the property is serviced by the Class 1 pit privy for blackwater waste disposal. There are minimum requirements for construction and placement of a privy under the OBC, the Ontario Building Code. These comments are supplied by Anna Elmhurst, our supervisor of Part H sewage system. So on review of the application, she further provided the owner should ensure that the privy is in compliance with these minimum standards. Any gray water generated on the property as part of any kind of family camping needs to be disposed of through an approved OBC method. And so our suggestion would be to sort of button this up, would be to include a condition that approval under the OBC pertaining to waste disposal be obtained within a period of 24 months, as is sort of the standard here, and we can debate the merits of that time period if we'd like to look at doing that sooner, recognizing the limitations or constraints of the probate situation. Anyway, failing which this application should be refused. So we would make the approval of the extension for permission contingent on septic permits.
You're suggesting we have a second condition in the approval?
Through to the member, yes, I am.
You're gonna have something in place with the city to inspect every privy that's out there now, and like, this is just,
If a complaint's generated, I guess. Let's leave it at that. Archer, are you looking at a motion there then with that condition added or something?
I have another question that really doesn't, it's just a general question. When we do these presentations, are the people that are opposition and, do they listen to the whole presentation?
I believe, Mr. Watt, can you answer that for us? Question is, when we're going through this application process, do the people that are sitting on the sidelines waiting to speak either in support or opposition, are they privy to all that's going on?
Okay, because there were several questions that I think we've already answered, but they just brought them forward, and I thought, gee, if they haven't heard we've dealt with that, they'll think we're not really paying attention, but they have heard. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, just, what was the water, does anybody understand what that one person said about watershed? Was that because of the black water?
Ms. Berry?
Through to the member, I won't maybe make a presumption about what the neighbor is thinking or suggesting. I understand that a concern could be if the privy is not operating in accordance with the OBC, that there could be a concern with potential leaks or leakage into the creek, then eventually out into the Canal Lake. The lot beside to the south, it's been referred to as common area. It is, it appears to be owned, at least according to MPAC, to be owned, like it's municipal property, municipality of Kawartha Lakes. Now, on some of the material that was submitted, it did show the original plan of subdivision, that Plan 276, and it indicated that about half of the lot was under, well, it doesn't actually speak to ownership, but the words, excuse me, Trent Canal lands, I believe, were indicated on about half a portion of the portion, half of the lot closest to Canal Lake, so the westerly portion of the lot. According again to MPAC records today, the entire lot appears to be in sole ownership of the applicant's family. That was one of the pieces that had come up earlier as well. So, excuse me, the watershed, there's environmental protection zoning that is reflective of the floodplain associated with the creek, is what I believe the quote-unquote watershed refers to.
So then, yes, I would put forth a motion that we approve this with the addition
with the
of
condition?
that second condition. But I don't know the wording.
All right. That's seconded by Ms. Robinson. All right. Do you wish to speak further to it, Ms. Archer? Ms. Robinson?
Just that I think that that second condition was very important, and now that it's on, I can support the application.
Mr. Marsh?
Quick question first to the
Go ahead.
planner. The applicant, so was this application submitted on behalf of the estate? Otherwise, I don't think they have, I think the application's not even correct.
Yeah, we've got the authorization as part of the application that all the necessary signatories are duly noted and commissioned. And forgive me, oh, sorry, go ahead. May I just correct an earlier statement? I mentioned that the environmental protection zoning, sorry, if we look at the schedule in the report, it's the lands are designated environmental protection. It's the green sort of vein that runs through. The zoning schedule that is in the schedule, the schedule to the report, the zoning map, which is called a schedule, does not indicate environmental protection zoning. So I want to be clear about that. There is no EP zoning, just a designation for environmental protection in the official plan. Thank you.
All right, I've got a motion on the floor. Are there any further comments with respect to it? Mr.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Through to Ms. Berry. We talked much earlier about the fact that how long this would be in existence. And I guess the city is trying to consolidate all of their zoning bylaws. So this would be in effect until that's done. Do you see any kind of a timeline on that?
Barry, go ahead.
Yeah, there are, through to the member, updates being placed on the project site whenever they're available as the project, the Rural Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw, and it is a consolidation of the rural zoning bylaws. The urban area zoning bylaws would be another new phase to this project. So in just speaking to the 13 zoning bylaws, and now recently added Woodville area, any kind of updates on the timeline would be available on the city's jump-in page in that regard. And so we don't have a final date yet on when that's coming forward to council. There was this sort of new edition of Woodville just very recently, so there's another round of public engagement happening currently on that.
But it's fair to say that at some point this will be reviewed again once the consolidated zoning bylaw comes in place. Is that correct?
Through to the member, did I hear you say, sir, reviewed again? This would be reviewed again?
Or it would come forward again?
It has not been conventional to carry over minor variance or permissions for this sort of matter, to have them carry over to new zoning bylaws. Zoning bylaw amendments that are site-specific to properties, those typically, by convention, do get carried over into new zoning bylaws. Minor variances have a sunset clause on them. Let's just say Section 45 applications, minor variances in these types of applications have a sunset clause, and that's intentional so that we don't allow permissions to go on in perpetuity. If that was the desire of the owner, or the direction that the committee wanted to see something go, the correct avenue for that would be through a zoning amendment application and not through permission through Section 45.
Okay, thank you.
So is the applicant aware of that then, Ms. Berry, that,
They are, Mr. Chair. Yep, we did have that discussion.
okay, thank you. Mr. Marsh, speaking to,
Speaking to the motion, I speak against the motion strictly on the basis is I refuse to be drawn into this. And I think it's a witch hunt. And I hope whoever filed this and anybody that complained about this is in compliance. Because if I were these guys, I'd be having the bylaw go visit all my neighbors. I think it's a disgrace, and I think it's unfair to our planning department and our bylaw department and everybody else. I think we should have a legal opinion. But I will not support it.
could you?
In any way, shape, or form, and it's not to go against the people that live there, but it's for their own democratic rights. This is BS.
Could you be more explicit? All right, we've got a motion on the floor. Call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Mr. Marsh opposed. I was just going to ask, do you want to take 5 or 10? All right. On recess. I think I'll call the meeting back to order, folks. Okay, and we're now dealing with D20-2022-038, and this is 115 Crescent Drive, Geographic Township of Verlem. And I just wanted to say this before Ms. Berry starts. I would really appreciate it with members that we be careful with our terminology. I know we all have a tendency to get very active with respect to speaking to these, but I would appreciate it if we would certainly consider our terminology on these things when we're presenting. Enough said, I won't go any further with that. All right. Ms. Berry, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The next application is located at 115 Crescent Drive in Verlem. The purpose and effect is to facilitate the replacement of the existing single detached dwelling. In order to do that, there are a couple of provisions in the zoning bylaw that the application requests relief from. The first is the minimum water setback of 15 meters. The setbacks as proposed are actually improving an existing non-complying setback. So currently, the setback is at 8 meters, and as a result of the redevelopment, it would be increased by an additional 2. However, because it still falls short of the 15-meter minimum, the relief is being requested there. That would be on the south side of the dwelling, 8 meters, and then 14.05 meters on the east side of the dwelling. All right, so again, these are existing setbacks that are either being maintained or improved as a result of the residential rebuild. The second is a technicality, and there is a provision in the Verlem Township bylaw that speaks to development on unimproved streets. This is not a municipal improved street. It's a private street, Crescent Drive, and as such, the redevelopment of the lot and the issuance of a building permit is contingent on just recognizing that this is an existing developed lot, and we will provide relief to Section 512.1 as a result of this application, should it be approved. All right, so the application was given to us by DC Planning Services, Inc., registered professional planner Doug Carroll on behalf of the owners, Dana Moore and Edna Woodkiewicz. The proposal would be a larger home than what currently exists. And let's just take a look. We've now referred to the new home twice. So an aerial of the site, the existing home, as we can see, is quite south on the lot, well, within about 8 meters of the water shoreline property line to the south. And we'll just move along here. We will come back to these site plans in a moment. I'm stealing the thunder here of the climax of the meeting. This is where we're ending up. But first, let's take a look at what the existing structures and conditions on the lot are now. So from the entrance to the property is a graveled area, a couple of accessory buildings, a shed and a boathouse, and then tucked in the furthest point south is, I'm pointing to the area with the 2 windows that we can see here. That's the existing single detached dwelling. We see some vegetation along the shared boundary line here with the next door neighbor, number 114. And a couple of close-ups to give us an idea of where the existing home is related to the shoreline. And of course, the idea is to set this into the interior of the lot by an additional 2 meters. Here's the existing east side yard. And just zooming in on the shared property line here, I am using the laser to point between the side of the existing dwelling and again, that shared property line with the neighbor at number 114. Separated by this vegetation here. Okay, and so that's what's there. This is a model of the timber frame home, log home that is proposed. And we'll just park here for a moment. The designation here is waterfront. The mapping for that and the applicable policies you'll find in the schedule to the report. Zoning, limited service residential, LSR, and of course that recognizes frontage on the private street. site servicing through lake draw and a private individual septic system. Now, this is a situation where the existing home, 1962, single-story wood frame cottage, is being proposed with a larger, newer home, of course. And this is something that we can expect to see over the long term in and across our municipality, in shoreline communities and elsewhere. So the dwelling would be replaced, the existing shed and boathouse would remain, and just looking at this from a different perspective, I'll point to where those structures are a little more north on the site that I'm circling here. There's the entrance to the site. All right, so a few reasons why we are in a position to, after evaluating the merits of the application, to be able to support it is based in part on the configuration of the lot, which we can see on the slide currently. It is a narrow lot configuration. The presence of the shoreline, the way that the shoreline is, well, naturally designed on this lot, where the existing structures are located, how the natural features are already established across the property, these all present design challenges for siting the home in another location if it was to be set back further from the shoreline in compliance with the zoning bylaw. So where that house currently is, and again, I'm just pointing to it here now with the laser, we have a deficient setback here to the water and a setback here which is existing, but a deficient setback, again, maintaining the existing and not further encroaching into that shoreline area. All the other zone provisions are complied with for this proposal, for this house. And that includes the side yard setback, which is in excess of 3 meters on the west side of the home. There was substantial engineering and hydrogeologic work that was conducted as part of deciding on the owner's part how and whether to proceed with redeveloping this lot. The services of Shepherd Environmental Services were retained by the owners to design a new septic system. The elevation of the property presents a challenge. It is a consideration when redesigning a new septic system for a larger home based on the topography of the site, how to best design that, and of course in accordance with the requirements of the building code. So Shepherd Environmental Services was retained and did design a septic system that has been vetted by the city's Building and Septic Division. This package, together with work from Grace and Associates, they are specifically geological and environmental consultants. They prepared a report assessing the proposed sewage disposal system that we're referring to now, impacts from importing fill to the site, grading and the placement of that fill on the site, as well as fill requirements for future driveway and parking area. These were all elements that were considered in Grace and Associates' report. And actually, through a series of reconsiderations, the owners decided to redesign the home from being originally a 7-bedroom home and reconfiguring to a 4-bedroom home. And in doing so, that did impact a couple of things on the site plan that we see here. This is produced by an Ontario land surveyor, and this is reflective of a grading plan. So we see site elevations here in addition to the existing and proposed structures. We will see some discrepancies between this site plan and the next one in terms of where the septic is and the exact locations and dimensions, but this has been explained to us as being a direct result of the redesign to the smaller home. And of course, smaller home, fewer bedrooms, different impacts on the septic. So we will get into those particulars in just a moment. Now, ahead of the minor variance application process, the owners did also apply to, as they needed to Kawartha Conservation. A permit application was submitted, and the report that Grace and Associates produced identified on the site plan where the cut and fill areas would be for the dwelling and the partially raised sewage disposal system. And for those who may not be aware, a partially raised sewage disposal system isn't exactly sitting on top of the ground. There was some concern from some neighbors that, what does this look like? And the fact that, it's a area that may be susceptible and is susceptible to some flooding, how does this impact the septic? So what perhaps traditionally, the typical depth for the septic would be about 5 feet. And when we refer to raised, we're talking somewhere in the field of just over 3 feet. That would be the difference. So instead of being at a 5-foot depth, we're at a 3.2-foot depth when we talk about a raised sewage disposal system in this regard. So because of its location here in the floodplain for Sturgeon Lake, Kawartha Conservation is involved and does need to review its merits before it can issue a permit. It did so and issued a permit in February for the demolition of the existing dwelling, the excavation, grading, and fill placement for the new dwelling, as well as the associated septic system. Now, they're not approving the septic system, but they're approving the changes or the alterations to the site to accommodate those structures. Ultimately, septic system approval has to be from the Building and Septic Division at the city. All right, we saw a moment ago the proposed design of the home, and we see that it is a 2-story design, not completely out of character with the area. The area does demonstrate both single and single and a half and 2-story housing types. The official plan waterfront policies would direct new development and redevelopment to be conscientious, certainly about the existing character, but to uphold it by a few things. Number one, retaining a low housing density housing type. A single-family home fits within that category, but also to be mindful about its profile. There is no request here to increase the height maximum in the bylaw. The canopy is higher than the second story, the height proposed from the second story, so we're being respectful of the official plan objectives for the waterfront area there in an effort to sort of blend in with the character of the area and natural surroundings. Okay, so I did mention that the only 2 zoning provisions that are sought relief from are the the waterline setback, as well as recognizing the existing private street status. Even with the larger proposed building footprint over the existing, we still do stay within the maximum lot coverage of the area. This would result in a coverage of about 10% on this size property, and the maximum in this area, in this zone, is 33%. The lot itself, if we just go back, to give you an idea, that's about 0.66 acres is what we're looking at there. Okay, so turning to comments received, I'll just note that after writing the report, we did hear back from building and from septic, with no issues from building. From our colleagues in the septic division, that an alternative sewage system has been proposed for the north side of the property. The area depicted on the site plan is a reasonable interpretation of the required area for the sewage system envelope. Our septic division does not have an issue with this proposed redevelopment of the residential lot. I will add that as part of the building and septic permitting process, this is a theme that came up in an earlier presentation as well, that as is potentially indicated by especially this survey that will have to be revised as part of the building permit process and updated grading plan is going to be necessary. This would make it appear as though the septic system covers the entirety of access to the road, and so one would have to drive over the septic field to access the property, and this is neither the intent. This is a little more reflective here of what's proposed. It's neither the intent or what would be permitted. So our septic supervisor had reiterated that there does appear to be enough room, and together with the proposed design here, as we see, that there should be no conflict between the either parking area, driveway, and the area needed for the septic bed. Okay, so I'll turn to public comments. We received letters from 3 neighbors who were opposed to or demonstrated concerns for the application. And those, in summary, were around sort of the drainage and flooding. So perhaps not enough or well-suited or suitable or appropriate drainage, resulting in excessive flooding on the property. There is a swale in particular between this subject lot and number 114 to, let's look at it here, to the west. And I'll point to number 114 here, what appears to be a white roof for those who can't see the laser. And from being on the site in the middle of a absolute rainstorm, I just know how to pick them. I certainly would attest to there being some flooding taking place at that portion of the property towards the road, which was evident in other neighboring lots as well as on the road. So the concern related to the swale as well here between the 2 properties, some concern about the redevelopment of a home in proximity to that shared property line and what damage might be done to the root system for trees that, cross over. Of course, underground tree roots are extensive, and by digging in that area, would there be damage to the trees? This was a concern. We noted about the issues around the location of the septic and some of the discrepancies between an older plan that indicated what a septic field might look like for a larger 7-bedroom home versus the more up-to-date plan that showed a smaller septic as well as the septic relocated, which was in part to reflect its needs from the smaller 4-bedroom home. That was a concern from the neighbors, that there appeared to be conflicting information, and that's the style of the home, given the proposed size on this lot in this area, simply wouldn't fit in with the character of the other homes. We also received a letter in support of this redevelopment from one of the neighbors, and just going to double check our notes to make sure we haven't overlooked anything, Mr. Chair. But in conclusion, apologies for stopping mid-sentence. In conclusion, have I just left you on a real cliffhanger? We also had comments from the Conservation Authority that the application, so long as the appropriate steps were taken with the permitting requirements and protocols through KRCA, they also had no issue with the application, to summarize. So we are of the opinion that notwithstanding any new information that's presented, we support the minor variance.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Questions of the planner? Say, really? Ms. Archer?
Through you, please, to the planner. I think I heard you say several times that it's proposed smaller because it's 4 bedrooms as opposed to 4. But in Mr. Carroll's report, he just says we redesigned it so the 7-bedroom dwelling is now a 4-bedroom dwelling. He doesn't say it's smaller. Is it actually smaller? Like, they could have just made 4 bigger bedrooms.
Through to the member, you're absolutely right. The footprint itself, or the building envelope, that hasn't changed. Smaller in terms of use, but if I wasn't clear, my apologies. The area required for this septic field has been redesigned, and that takes up a lesser area than what we see on the former survey when it was tied to the previous, same square footage, but previous footprint.
So even though they become 4 bedrooms, conceivably they could put 3 people in the bigger bedrooms and there'd still be more people, but that doesn't affect the size of the septic bed?
Through to the member, we understand that the size of the septic bed is based on number of bedrooms and number of bathrooms. So the plumbing fixture is not occupancy, not number of people.
Anything further from committee? All right. Is the applicant online? Does the applicant wish to speak to the application? Mr. Carroll. Go
Hello,
ahead.
Mr. Chairman, committee.
Yeah, go
My
ahead.
name is Doug Carroll. Thank you. My name is Doug Carroll, and I'm here with the applicant, who is the agent for the 2 owners, Mr. Peter Moore. We have reviewed the staff report. We've reviewed the comments submitted by 4 neighbors. We agree with the analysis and the evaluation in the staff report to you. We confirm that the dwelling has been reduced at the ground floor level from the original footprint as part of the reduction of the number of bedrooms from 7 to 4. You'll notice from the schedule in your report Schedule D, Mr. Chairman, that the footprint on the ground has a patio under a portion of the 2nd floor. That is the change that was made. So the 2nd floor remains the same as it was originally. There are fewer bedrooms, there are fewer plumbing fixtures, and the ground floor area has been reduced. The initial site grading plan prepared by Co-Fisher Cameron outlined the Shepherd Environmental preliminary design system. And as Ms. Berry has indicated to you, there was collaboration between Shepherd Environmental and Grayson Associates to come up with the reduction in the number of bedrooms and plumbing fixtures so as to accommodate the requirements of the approval of the different type of septic tank and tile bed system. And that shows on Appendix E to your staff report. So Appendix E is more up to date than Appendix C. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee has with respect to this application. Thank you.
And thank you, sir. Are there any questions of the planner? Being none, is there anyone online wishing to speak in support of this application? In support of this application? All right. Anyone online wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Opposition to this application? All right. Being none. Committee, Ms. Robinson. Yes.
I move approval as printed.
Printed. I saw Mr. Strangway as this. All right. Any further comments or questions on the motion on the floor? Did you wish to speak to it?
I'm just going to say that I look at the proposal and it's right on the footprint of the existing dwelling, and they've reduced it and they've got the permit from Kawartha Conservation, and support the application, support the proposal.
All right. Anything further? All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Carroll. The application is approved.
Very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your time.
All right, moving right along. We're dealing with file number D20-2022-039, and this is 128 Charlotte Park Drive, Geographic Township of Emily. Ms. Berry, you've had quite a day so far.
We have another residential redevelopment opportunity here presented through this minor variance. We're at 120H Charlotte Park Drive. And the relief sought in order to facilitate the redevelopment of the existing single detached home, which is quite close to the shoreline. Now there's a steep grade drop at the shoreline to the street. And so this is all quite flat along this area, and then a steep drop, and we'll see that in some photos coming up. So tearing down this house to rebuild a new home here closer to the interior of the property. But in order to do so, the relief needed would be side yard setback reductions from what the bylaw requires, 5.5 meters, to the proposed 3.1. Also, there, as indicated on the site plan that we'll take a look at, is a request to increase the height to accommodate the second floor, but in particular the design of the roof from 11 meters to 12 meters is what's being proposed. So setbacks to the side yards at 3.1 and height up to 12. The lot itself is 0.35 acres and is serviced by a drawing from the lake together with an individual septic system. The neighborhood is predominantly low-density residential, single-detached homes. To give us an idea of sort of the existing and the proposed, 86.6 square meter single story dates back to 1956. The proposed would be 2 stories, as we've just noted, at 139 square meters, so an increased building envelope on the ground. And in some ways, I'll say improving one setback, but perhaps at the expense of another. Now, the home itself, with the siting of the new home to the neighbor on lot 30, will really have no impact at all, given the home is down here closer to the water. But we will see in some photos the proximity of the new site with respect to the neighbor here south of lot 28. I'll point out for the benefit of the committee that the lot itself is non-complying with respect to its frontage, and we get into that discussion in the test relating to meeting the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. The frontage itself is required for a lot serviced with private services, 35 meters in Emily Township. The existing lot is down around 18.25 meters. So in and of itself, that is presenting a challenge to build a new home, well, certainly of the size that's being proposed, but would result in quite a narrow home if the 5.5 meter setbacks were to be upheld with the redesigned lot. We did take a look at the impact from the reduced setbacks, as well as the height, and in my estimation, I don't think that this will result in an overbuilt lot. Just a modest coverage increase, about 3.86%. That's staying under the maximum permitted for this area. Given we have a change in grade from the street through the property down to the water, together with the fact that there is a home set higher up, again, natural topography, I'll take a look at the photos in just a moment, that in my opinion, I think that the lot will be able to absorb the size of home quite well at this property. We didn't receive any comments from the circulated neighbors. After preparing the report, we did get comments from the building department, no issues there. Septic supervisor notes that the location and sizing for conventional class 4 septic system is certainly part of the building and septic permitting process. And when the sort of final siting is, final siting is determined, whether that's somewhat closer to the road, really we haven't had an indication that there was an interest in moving any closer to where we'll see the change in grade for good reason. We wouldn't want to build on the side of a hill, not necessarily. I mean, there's not a design for a walkout basement here. So that will just dictate ultimately where the final area for the septic will go. And I will double check our notes received after the writing of the report. And we've covered them all. Kawartha Conservation, of course, flags a few features, both natural heritage, natural hazard, and water resources that impact the property. However, they don't take issue with the redevelopment of the property. There will be a requirement for an erosion and sediment control plan, as well as a slope stability analysis to be part of the evaluation of the issuance of the permit, and the owners are aware of that requirement. Here is an image from Charleroi Park, the frontage of the lot. We see the change in grade both from east to west as well as north to south. This off in the distance is the roof of the existing home. And as we come into the interior of the site, we see some water, we see a little more of the home, and what do you know, a few extra sheds as well. And there's the existing home to be torn down. This is looking backwards from the lakeside towards the road, and again, a little dark from where I'm sitting, my vantage point. Hopefully you can see the image of the home next door. And it is a walkout style, so appears a single story from the road, but 2 stories as we look from the lakeside. Again, we have a grade change here that sets that home up higher, which really, in our opinion, shouldn't conflict with the request for increased height for the new home. And if memory serves, that's a wrap, Mr. Chair, for the photos. We recommend approval of the minor variance.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Questions of the planner? Ms. Richardson?
Through you, excuse me, if we do approve this, should there be a condition included that they provide proof of the demolition of the existing cottage, and also should we include a condition with respect to the KRCA requirements?
Through to the member. A second, we would be having some concerns if we want to rehash ARUs and lot sizes and servicing and frontage on certain roads and all the requirements that go into having more than one dwelling unit on a property. This lot would not be eligible as of right for that current home to stay. For a new home to be built, it has to be torn down. So I would offer that a condition to that effect is not necessary, part of the building permit for the new home. Secondly, in this case, again, KRCA's permitting requirement is captured through the building permit process. This isn't one where we would see them fall between gaps in process. So I think that's covered as well and doesn't need a separate condition.
That's the case with the MNR requirement as well?
Yes, thank you for pointing that out.
Ms. Robinson?
Yeah, I have a question about the height. I'm a little bit concerned about having a height variance without having elevations that show how the slope contributes to the need for the increased height. And I don't know how the height is deployed, how it looks, what the shape is, whether that's just a peak or if it's a modern and it's massed square all the way 12 meters up to the top of everything. I feel like I don't have enough information. 11 meters is already a very high as of right height, and 12.
So the question is?
So my question is, do you have elevations to show us, to show me? Because I'm asking that I'd like to see.
Through to member, we do not have elevations. They weren't submitted as part of the application. We do understand that the design of the roof would be placing the highest point, so the 12 meters, it would be a midpoint. It's not a flat roof, it's the midpoint between the eaves and the eaves and the peak. So no elevation to show in this case, but just that description of the roof line being not a flat roof.
But if we had elevations, we'd be able to know, like at the point, looking at it from the road, how high it is there. Like I get it that maybe it's higher because of the slope, but it would be nice to see. I think with a height variance, if I could ask, in future that we have elevations, because it's a big number. 12 to me is big, and I'm asking for something that you don't have.
Yeah, it's a great point, Mr. Chair, through you. I would offer that even like with our with what we typically see as elevations, not always are they within or with a perspective of surrounding uses, but it's an excellent point, and in certain cases would be quite helpful to assess or evaluate impact on other structures. We have some indication, because of the topography, that the existing home to which it would be nearest is already at a higher level just based on the grade change. That said, if there's a request or if it is of interest to the committee, the information, we could make the request. The information may be there, just not submitted as part of the application.
It's just that they're requesting a height of plus or minus 12 meters.
And our reason for that is simply based on the fact that the maximum building height here is in imperial. It's in feet, 38. So plus or minus would just cover the exact conversion between the feet to meters. Sorry, excuse me.
What is the exact conversion? See, an elevation would have the grade point that it's measured from, and then it would show the dimension to the top.
11.5,
Is 11.5 the,
38 feet.
so should the variance say 11.5?
$11.5824 is where I would take it, if that's a consideration. Yep, I can certainly support that.
Yeah, I'd be more comfortable with that. Yes, that would be better. It would be better than plus or minus 12 meters is, to me, I don't think a variance should be stated that way or decided that way. But I would prefer, anyway, okay, thank you. So that's the answer. It's changed.
I think I agree that probably it would be more specific if it actually spelled it out rather than plus or minus, so obviously, yes, Ms. Archer?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would argue, though, the other way, we've had them come in before that they had precise numbers, and then they built and they were 0.2 centimeters too big, and then they had to come back again. So if we get pardon me? Yeah, not that 0.5824, okay.
And for the benefit of the committee, just in terms of what the decision includes, the conditions are tied to the site plan as it is noted, labeled in the appendix. So it's the exact same plan that's used with the language that's there, the height 38 feet. So that would have to be reconciled between the conversion factor and the specifics of the metric that we're just discussing aligns perfectly with the site plan.
Anything further?
This is probably one of my dumber questions, but
No dumb questions.
well, I haven't asked it yet. We say that the non-complying lot frontage. So why are we not dealing with that as well to give them the permission to do this? I don't understand why we do sometimes and we don't sometimes.
Sure, it's a great question. Simply because every circumstance isn't the same. There are at times reasons where a certain number of feet of frontage is needed for a certain type of development to take place. In this case, it's an existing lot of record, so it already has development rights attached to it. It doesn't need to have its frontage recognized as reduced.
That's quite a stretch from dumb to great, you gotta admit. Anything further from committee? All right. Is the applicant online? Does the applicant wish to speak to the application?
Hi. Hi, Mr. Chair.
Oh, good. And your name, sir?
My name is John Song. I'm one of the applicants.
Yeah. Go. Do you wish to speak to the application?
I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, that's fair. Are there any questions of the applicant? It's your easy day, sir. There are no questions. All right. Is there anyone
you.
online wishing to speak in support of this application? In support of this application? Anyone online wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Opposition to the application? Being none, committee. Ms. Richardson,
As recommended by the staff.
as printed. Seconded by Mr. Marsh. Pardon? No. Not getting a rush.
Well, as printed, yes, because the height of the roof is not identified.
Yeah, we didn't go to 11.6 or 11.5834. Printed with a plus or minus then, Ms. Richardson?
Well, the plus or minus is not included in the conditions. It's just saying in Schedule C, so I would refer to Ms. Berry if she's wanting something changed.
Mr. Mark? Further comments or questions? All those in favor? And that carries. Opposition? Oh, one opposed. Ms. Robinson. All right, hang on a minute now. All right. Well, we've got a motion passed, so we'll let it go. I don't think there's reason for appeal on that. Ms.
The height isn't shown in an image, but the height is marked by text. I think that, I'm not saying one or the, just explaining what I'm hearing as the discrepancy between maybe what the two members are discussing. The indication of the 38 feet, which is the 11.5824, is marked on the site plan, which is tied to the decision. That's all.
Please, committee members, if you are not clear on the motion, I really like to hear the questions. It's a little bit late after I've called the question to say, well, wait a minute, what about that? That's what beginning, so. All right, that's passed, and you got Ms. Robinson? Were you? Okay. Okay. No abstains here, okay?
I think my problem is what I said last week. We just don't seem to get as much information printed as we used to, so we're not seeing the whole picture.
But I think we know why. We've got a planner that's trying to do this whole thing on her own, so.
That begs the question, why are we here?
Are we here?
Because we don't get all the information that Ms. Berry's privy to. So she's made a decision, which is fine, but we get her decision and bits and pieces. We don't get what we used to get, but that's a whole story. That's what I said last month.
But I think we've done all right, given generally what's gone on in the last few meetings and I applaud Ms. Berry for the job she's doing. You know what? We haven't had that many discrepancies. We had this today a little bit, but as far as I'm concerned, that's not even close to enough to issue any sort of problems for us. Well, I think point made, Ms. Berry, correct?
Definitely the point is made, and higher quality applications, but please know we don't have elevations that we're not keeping from the committee. If all the information that we have, we present in the package, whether it's through the appendix or the schedule or through the slideshow. So in this case, we do not have an elevation. I don't know if that was clear earlier.
I'm sorry. So I was just suggesting that when somebody submits an application, you have to go through it to accept it. And I know it takes a bit of time, but if it's a height variance or a variance that is about a structure and something like this, that the application maybe shouldn't even get accepted for processing unless it has an elevation to go with it that shows how the height's going to be deployed for the height variance that they're requesting.
Yeah, I think you made your point, and
Yeah.
we'll,
Anyway, that's
Ms.
it.
Berry, so, and that's fine. Like I said, time is not an issue here. If you've got questions, I really like to hear them, so just keep that in mind. All right, moving right along. We're dealing with file number D20-2022-040, and this is 90 Elkhorn Drive, former town of Lindsay. Ms. Berry.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We are, as you just pointed out, at 90 Alcorn, and from the time that this aerial image was taken in 2018, we've seen the build-out of the rest of Alcorn, including this lot. So, in fact, the existing use has gone from vacant to residential. That's one change to the report on page 2. The lot here contains a home, a single detached home. We'll see photos of that in a moment, as do either sides of that lot from east to west. Okay, so the proposal in this case is to allow for a deck. This is asking for relief from section 6.2 of the bylaw. There is a rear yard requirement, a setback of 7.5 meters for the dwelling. Now, there are exceptions for encroachments into the 7.5 meters for things like open decks, which is what's being proposed in this case. When they're over a certain height, they can encroach by a further 1.8 meters. So in total, we'd be looking at a 5.7 meter requirement. There's another provision that allows for an encroachment for stairs to get from grade up to that elevated deck, resulting in a setback of 4.8. So 4.8 is the magic number when we do the connecting of the dots in the zoning bylaw for how do you figure out the rear yard setback. That is it. 4.8 meters is the requirement. The proposal for the deck is at 4.27. The stairs then would further encroach 2.74. All right. We have evaluated the merits of this application, taken a look at the site, and reviewed the comments that were received. It is designated residential in the official plan for the town of Lindsay. It is zoned residential 1 special 17, which gives it a higher coverage allowance, 40% in this area of Lindsay. The design of the home, and here's a site plan here, so from Alcorn, and to give you an idea of what it looks like from the street, single story appearance from the street, and as we go to the rear of the property, a significant grade change. This is from the front yard looking towards the backyard, and then conversely from the backyard looking at the front yard, and we can see the neighbor here to the east has a very similar structure to what is being proposed for the subject property, which I'm pointing to the house on the left, would be here to sort of reflect what is happening here to the right on the left. Okay, so the design of the home, the floor plan is such that the deck would enable a walkout from the kitchen out to the deck space. Sometimes, and such is the case with this zoning bylaw, that setback provision is established as it is to ensure that there is enough amenity space left in the backyard. With an elevated deck, there's an opportunity for some amenity space to take place underneath the deck. So we're not losing, in that sense, valuable open space for the use of the property owners to enjoy. We, in this case, very important, take a look at what is happening in that rear yard, and this will give us some indication of what is happening in the rear yard. The lot does back onto a natural wooded area, a trail system, so there isn't an impact in terms of neighboring residential use to the north, which would be here in this picture, and which is here. I'm pointing to where this soil is. This is north. This is the gray home in the center is the house in question. And we see one elevated deck that has been built, similarly with an encroachment into the rear yard. And then on the opposite side of the home, now we're looking at the deck circled in the background here, in the foreground on the right. And really would result in the opportunity for this homeowner to have a chat with this homeowner. I mean, how much more perfect? We could not have planned this. The homeowner on the left to come out at the same time as us doing our inspection, speaking with the homeowner on the right. And in fact, I think there might even be a bit of a pulley system they're interested in building to deliver food from one side to the other. All joking aside, what's that, sir? There's an idea. There's some of those yet to go up in that neighborhood for sure. So certainly we took a look at the impacts in the backyard and feel that this is a benign application. The encroachment into the rear yard is acceptable. We in particular look at the use of the backyard space and would recommend approval of the deck encroachment with the stairs. We didn't receive any concerns from any neighboring property owners. We had the full support of the neighbor, as we saw, to the east of the property. Our engineering department did provide the following. Although they have no objection, they advise that the property is within an assumed subdivision. We're aware of that. The location of the structure, grading, and increased coverage is to be confirmed with the engineer of record. Now, I just want to point out that at one point, it was unclear whether the deck was covered or uncovered. Had the deck been covered, i.e. had the roof been expanded, it would have resulted in a higher coverage. The deck on its own as proposed, just as it is on the left side of the screen, is not to be covered and doesn't have an increase on coverage, and this has been shared with the engineering division, so there are no concerns there in terms of what increased coverage could do as far as drainage concerns go. So no concerns there. And Mr. Chair, I will leave it there for any of your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Are there any questions of the planner? Mr. Strang?
I'm going to sound like a broken record. I look at this and I see the decks on either side and I see an application here, and I have expressed my concern before. I don't for the life of me understand why we go through this with every single one and the cost of the application. I think it's absolutely ridiculous.
Are there any further questions of the planner? Or I should say, are there any questions of the planner? Is the applicant online? Does the applicant wish to speak to the application? All right. Is there anyone online wishing to speak in support of this application? In support of the application? Anyone online wishing to speak in opposition to the application? Opposition to the application? Ms. Archer. Seconded by Ms. Richardson. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. All right. Moving right along. File number D20-2022-041, and this is 140 Callies Bay Road, Geographic Township of Verlem. Ms. Berry, go ahead.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. The application would facilitate an addition to an existing residential garage and then some. So I will point out for our purposes that at the time the application was circulated, and in fact when the application was submitted, it spoke to a ground level garage addition. Over the course of the life cycle of the application, it was identified on the part of the designer and the owner, of course. They shared with us that in fact the intention had been to have upper level residential space above the garage. So we were no longer looking at this application as simply a ground floor addition, an expansion of the garage, but now also the living space above the garage, and that's what the elevations and perspectives will show over and above what the appendices in the report demonstrated. So we're going to take a look at whether we still think that that is appropriate and reasonable, and whether it meets the 4 tests. So let's walk through that now. Again, we see what the existing footprint on this survey shows us. We are at the intersection of Kelly's Bay Road and Trinity Drive. The owners have applied for 2 things specifically, and the extra living space does not impact the provisions or the relief needed from the zoning bylaw, so I'll point that out right away. The exterior side yard, which is the yard from Kelly's Bay Road to the interior of the lot, is considered an exterior side yard. The opposite side of the home is an interior side yard. This exterior side yard is required to be 7.5 meters. The proposal would set this closer to the property line and land at 3.2 meters. In Verulam, we have the additional provision for the center line from the road requiring an additional 10 meters from over and above the exterior side yard. So not only are we looking at a 7.5 requirement, but a 17.5 requirement from the center line. Okay. 2 provisions for relief, all for the same purpose, for a setback reduction in the side yard. All right, we are in the waterfront designation in the city's official plan with a zone of limited service residential, exception 3. There is a mouthful where just shy 3/4 of an acre, 0.72 acres. And let's pop up the proposed site plan. Again, this doesn't change. The setbacks are identical to what was proposed, evaluated, reviewed, and circulated to the public, the agencies, and to this committee. The change that we see is the fact that I'm circling the right side of the screen to have living space extend from the existing home. So in looking at the perspective view north, as is indicated at the top of the slide, okay, the existing home goes up to this line here, so after the first 2 windows, and the addition has gone from just the proposed ground floor garage door to also including an extension of the second floor living space to accommodate the needs of the family as they grow and age and go through their different life cycles. There are also some indications that it would be a way to clean up some outdoor recreational stuff on the lot. That's right. Some water activities and some other fun things for the owners to contain within the garage space on the ground floor. So that is the reason for the proposed addition. In our estimation, the impacts are the same. The difference is actually the impact on the septic system because of having additional bedrooms. There would be 2 additional bedrooms and a bathroom. So this would impact the septic system. The impact to the setback and its relationship with the property line, with the road, and with the adjacent uses on the other side of the road, which is a resort campground trailer park, in our opinion, are exactly the same. And for that reason, we are of the opinion that the application should proceed exactly as it is today without the need to recirculate or to hold any additional public hearings. So here we can see, we are standing at the north corner of the property, Trinity and Kelly's Bay, looking into the site. Here's the existing home that I'm circling. We can see off in the distance, a little bit of a close-up. There is a circular driveway. We see come in here at the north end, pops out here where the red van is located. And so this is the area that I'm pointing to here to the left of the home for the addition to contain the fun stuff that is lined up on the side of the dwelling here. All right, so that is it as far as pictures go. Just taking a look, Mr. Chair, we did receive comments from Kawartha Conservation, from engineering, and from our building and septic colleagues. No issues from building. Septic does point out that a new system is going to be needed. The trigger for the new system is, of course, that new proposed residential living space above the new garage extension. We are of the opinion that there is a sufficient amount of area here in this yard, being the front yard, to contain an expanded system. There it is again, to give you an idea of an aerial, lawn, some landscaping, but that there should be no issue with incorporating an expanded septic system there. That said, in a case like this where a proposal it evolves, let's say, through the course of its processing, we would recommend that a third condition be added to the conditions as printed, should the committee look to approve this variance, that an application for a sewage system permit be attached as a condition, and that'll get the review kickstarted on that one. It would be a normal requirement as part of the building permit process itself. Okay. And no additional permits required from Kawartha Conservation on this application. Okay, so that all said, Mr. Chair, I'll leave it there and welcome any of your questions. And again, sorry to recap, we are recommending approval of the revised addition for ground floor garage and upper floor residential, the reduced setback given the nature of the site. And sorry, I'll just park us here at these photos for a moment to give us some indication of what the municipal right-of-way looks like. Really little to no impact at all from the addition to the home. There is an existing gazebo and some other sort of temporary picnic shelters, some other temporary structures that are in there that really do already establish a compatibility for additional uses in that exterior side yard, in our opinion. So we also know that the road allowance is of sufficient width. There is no reason or indication that the road is planned for any kind of upgrade needing additional widening. So we think that in this case, the exception to the center line setback is appropriate as well. And now that covers the rest of my comments, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
And thank you. Are there any questions upon it? All right, being none, is the applicant online? Does the applicant wish to speak to the application?
Yes, my video isn't working there. Is my video working?
But we can hear you. What's your name, sir?
Okay. Yes, good afternoon, Chairman and committee member. My name is Gary Newhook, and I'm not sure which monitor to look at here. From Bradford Design, I'm the applicant of for Javona Weeks, and I believe she's monitoring here, but she has chosen not to, that she doesn't want to speak. First of all, I want to apologize for the miscommunications between myself and the client. I wasn't aware that there was going to be a second story until the planner, Mrs. Berry, went out. And anyways, it became apparent that there's a second story. I did as far as the setback is concerned, it does not change anything with the second story. And there is an existing two-story building there now as well. So as far as the bylaws, we're not asking for any other changes. I did have a septic person, Clark Environmental, out last night to have a look at the property, trying to see if we couldn't get the septic division sort of happy with what we're doing. And we have run out of time. We do have to find the proper layout for the existing septic system. But Clark Environmental did say that there is lots of property on there, so there should not be an issue to address the septic system to handle the extra living space. We have 1 acre of property here, And again, we don't see the issue to enlarge if it is needed. The only thing I ask is that we make the septic system, if that's an issue, make it a conditional of the minor variance and get it granted. And I'll ask any other questions from the committee.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any questions of the applicant? All right, being none, thank you. Is there anyone online wishing to speak in support of this application, in support of the application? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the application? Opposition to the application? Committee. Mr. Strangway.
As printed with the additional condition around the septic.
Seconder, Ms. Robinson. All right. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? Your application is approved, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we're now dealing with file number D20-2022-042, and this is 57 Charlore Park Drive, Geographic Township of Emily. Ms. Berry.
Mr. Chair, thank you. The application would permit the construction of a carport in this case. Now, it was advertised and reviewed, the original application, and prepared this report for you with the addition of a shed also being included as part of the relief sought for its placement in the front yard. The shed is staying as part of the proposal, but the owners have elected to site it differently, so they don't actually need to get relief from the front yard permissions, but we are still going to recognize the number of accessory structures as a result of having the shed be present. So in total, to get approval for the carport and the accessory structure, there are 3 areas of the bylaw that would be accepted. The first is for the placement of the carport and the shed in the front yard as opposed to the rear or the side. That's 1. Number 2, to allow for 4 accessory buildings instead of 3. And finally, to allow for the siting of the carport at 2.17 meters as opposed to 7.5, which is the front yard requirement. Okay, so you correctly noted that we're at 57 Charlore, just up the street from an earlier application, 800 meters, I believe. This gives us an indication of the layout of the lot from an aerial perspective. We have the home to the west and about more than half of the yard to the east as being left in a natural state. Seeing the site, there's a few which we can see here, and I'll point out. Forgive me, lots of ums and ahs over here as I try to get the laser pointer in the right place. So I'm now pointing to the blue square. There's a gazebo that's pink with sort of a hot tub beside it, a spa/hot tub. There is a shed marked over here. There's a hammock that is in between 2 trees to the right of the shed. It doesn't constitute a structure. I pointed out because it just looked wonderful. And after 8 hours in the field in the pouring rain, the sun came out when I came to Emily Township, and I wanted to lie in that hammock, but I refrained. I didn't want to alarm the property owners. So this is why we're here. Here's the star of the show, the carport. Not a great indication of the lay of the land. We'll get to that by looking at the photos in just a minute, and I'll point out that the shed at one point proposed for the front yard has been recited to a location that complies with the bylaw in the rear yard, and so we're just looking at it from the perspective of number of structures. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right. And this starts giving us an indication of why the carport in the front yard, and simply put, it's exactly where the driveway is. And because of the proximity of the house to the front lot line, and we'll see based on the shape of the lot, and because it's a through lot, really does present some challenges with where we should locate this carport. But the whole purpose of it is to provide some shelter for the vehicles, and the only place for that is on the driveway, of course. So the only logical, reasonable spot to place that carport, which will appear like this on the ground, is at that just over 2 meters from the front property line. Bit more detail here on the elevations to give you an idea of roof and siding treatments. Some shake there. Okay, so from east to west, this is the driveway. Now, a bit of a cheat, I did take this photo on the ground in 2022, not this photo, I captured this image. This is from 2011. The trees have been leaned out somewhat, but for all intents and purposes, this is an excellent depiction of what we see on the ground today. There was more coverage in this image from Google Maps than there was in the photo that I took. So I'm happy to share resources when they do a better job than I can. So we can see here, and the truck, the owner's truck, was parked in an ideal spot, actually. They didn't know I was coming. I do like the surprise attack. No, that's not true. We just, on occasion, squeeze these site visits in when we can, and the truck was in a perfect location because it indicates where the carport is proposed, and it is right over top of where this truck is. So come in from the road, and we don't get a sense quite for the degree of the driveway being how it is, but perhaps from west to east, we can see, standing in the interior side yard here, we can see Charleroi Park there, and the driveway loops around. Here's the front of the truck, the back of the truck. So my laser is now, well, we can't really show dimension in a great way, but if you can picture through the truck's windshield, you'd be looking through, here's the windshield, and standing over to this side of the property. And why do I point this out? Simply to show you that there is a lot of vegetation that separates the driveway from the road. So notwithstanding that 7.5 meter requirement, it is quite buffered and screened from the traveled portion of the road. Again, here's straight on from the driveway. We can now get a good sense of the bend in the driveway. We can't even see the truck, and there wasn't any camera trickery used here. The truck is parked there, but this is how vegetated it is. This white that you can see a little bit behind the trees, that is the truck, and so indicates the location of the carport. And that is all as far as photos go. In our estimation, this front yard reduction, again, we're not anticipating any widening or improvements to Charleroi Park Drive in this location. So really very little to no anticipated impact on the municipal operations, and that is what would be key in this minor variance, is what kind of impact would there be when we're at this point of the front yard. So based on that assessment, Mr. Chair, we concluded that the application for the carport's location in the front yard and its reduced setback should be approved. The piece around the existing structures, two of them are side by side and really do give the appearance and have the presence of a single structure. We aren't looking at a property here that has a massive sort of disarray of structures peppered throughout. So it's I'm getting very illustrative here as the hours tick by at 4:43, the peppering of accessory structures on the property. This is not a lot that suffers from that. So the increase to 4 to allow for the shed as well as the carport is benign in our opinion. We didn't receive any concerns from the agencies or from the neighbors. We had one letter of support received from a neighbor at number 54, and on this basis, we recommend approval.
Thank you. And I think I did hear previously that we wouldn't mind a bit more information, so thank you for that. Are there any questions of the planner? Ms. Richards.
Through you, I just note on the comments from the sewage department that for this one, they're saying revised proposal and lot diagram is pending. Is that something we should be seeing, or is this just for their purposes?
Thank you for that, and I appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you. There was, between planning and building and septic, the revised site plan has been shared with the septic department. It has been vetted through all the players that it needs to be since these comments were submitted to us. So we had follow-up comments from our supervisor of Part 8 sewage, who has no issues with the proposal. In fact, notes here that the revised updated plan was received from the building inspector from the area. Clearance distances are confirmed, no issues with impact to sewage system components. There's enough clearance back there in the rear yard for it.
Further questions? All right. Is the applicant online? Does the applicant wish to speak to the application? Is there anyone online wishing to speak in support of this application? Anyone online wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Opposition to the application? All right, being none. Where are we? Ms. Richardson.
As printed.
Do I have a seconder? Ms. Archer. All right. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. We're now dealing with file number D20-2022-043. And this is 81 Clifford Drive, Geographic Township of Verlem. And again, Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so we have a second. I mean, we haven't seen Section 45.2, these non-conforming applications, for years and years, and then we have two of them on one agenda. All right, it's been an eventful few weeks in the Planning Division. So this time it's slightly different. We're looking at not the continuation of a similar use, but instead activating Section 45.2A subsection 1 instead of subsection 2. And in this case, it wouldn't only recognize the existing boathouse, but it would also permit the expansion or enlargement of the boathouse to contain a boat port. So we'll take a look at what that looks like both on plan and on the ground in just a moment. But this is an application where the committee again is authorized under the Planning Act to evaluate whether there is sufficient identification, documentation that's been presented to substantiate that the use existed prior to the passage of the zoning bylaw. In this case, we are in Verlem Township. The zoning bylaw was passed March 2nd, 1987, and the owners have provided documentation to support their position that this boathouse has existed as a standalone accessory structure since 1972. There is a history of property transfers, transfer of ownership, and some photos that we'll see in a moment that also speak to its age and presence, standalone on the property. And that's the distinction. So we're not just recognizing that there's a boat. Why am I having trouble? Boat horse. There's no horses on this property. A boat house and a boat port to be added. The idea here is to recognize that it is a standalone accessory structure. When we speak about accessory structures in the zoning bylaw, they're accessory to something. There's a primary use to which buildings are accessory. The way that these properties, their history of being severed and being transferred at different times and never remerging, resulted in a boathouse standalone on a separate lot of record. Number 81, that is shaded and is the subject of this application, is in the same ownership as number 79 to its left, to its west, and the properties remain in a separate title. They were purchased at separate times. They have not merged on title. So the decision that you have before you is to permit the continued use of the boathouse being a standalone use on this property and also facilitating its enlargement. Let's take a look at what that would look like. On the ground, we see the existing home that the owners reside in at number 79. I'm circling it to the left, and the property in question to the right with the boat house right at the shoreline here to the left. Okay, so we have what was identified by the applicant, and that's Gary Newhook. on this application, who provided this photo, and we can see from the beginnings of construction taking place that the same wall here and here is in place. So it really is a case where the existing structure is being repaired from some serious damage from this roof caving in. It's been identified that this is a otherwise solid structure, very cumbersome to move, and the owners would elect to keep it in place and just repair it and expand it. So we on the left see the entirety of the lot. On the right we see in red the location of the proposed enlargement on the road side of the property, not closer to the lake, and that's where the boat port would be. And if you're wondering what's a boat port, just like a carport, I have you, member Archer. The boat port is an open area, very similar to a carport. All right, so that's the idea here. Existing, proposed, towards the interior of the lot. All right, site plan and the indication of the expansion there. From Clifford, this is the entrance to the lot. We can just about make out through these tree limbs the location of the existing as we come around the driveway into the lot, which is a substantial size. It's just over 3/4 of an acre. The boathouse here, sort of right of center, and a side view. No height increase. This is keeping within the height maximum for this zone in the area of the boat port. I elected to include this photo so that we could see on the neighbor's property what appears to be sort of a lean-to, a storage shed. I believe it's open-sided for, well, various items. Anyway, more stuff, thank you. And not indicated on the survey, not that it has to be, but on occasion, some features like vegetation we see is sort of on both sides. We do see the outline of the existing dwelling for the neighbor to the east, but not this particular lean-to. The existing setbacks would be, as a result of this application, extended, meaning further in line with the existing encroached side yard, but not further encroaching into the side yard. And for that reason, I don't think that it would have any impact on that sort of lean-to structure that's there. So to wrap things up, two areas of relief. One is to permit the accessory structure to continue being standalone. This would not preclude the future development of the lot in accordance with the zone, the residential type 1, R1 zone, to have a home be placed on the lot in accordance with those zone provisions. So number one, recognizing the standalone accessory, and number two, allowing for that existing non-complying side yard to remain at 0.84 meters as opposed to 1.2, which is what otherwise the zoning would require. All right. We did not receive any concerns from neighbors or from any of our agencies. We did have comments from Kawartha Conservation. They're noted in the report. There are no additional requirements as far as environmental work needing to be done on the property. They conclude, of course, an EIS is not required from this. Permitting, though, given its location in the shoreline, will be required. The applicant's aware of that. And building and septic, no issues. That concludes our presentation, Mr. Chair. We recommend approval of this application for permission to expand a non-conforming use. Thanks.
Thank you. And just again for clarification for the committee, was this complaint generated, the investigation?
This, not as far as I'm aware, this was applied for by the designer, and he will likely speak to this. This could have come as a result of the building permit application, but that's me suspecting that, and to be clarified by the owner.
I asked that because it looks like the construction is well on its way prior to us dealing with it here.
Yes.
So that. So what?
Mr. Chair, sorry, did you ask, is there a building permit that's been issued?
It looks like the building was started long before this happened, so what's the issue with the?
I wouldn't mind deferring to our chief, to our plans examiner, who is, I trust is still on the line, just to speak about the building permit. It wasn't acknowledged in the comments, so if there is some question about that, I would ask that he speak to that.
Let's ask him. McKinnon, are you online?
I am still here, yes.
All right. We're asking
I'm just,
on,
Your Chair, I'm just,
Yes, I am. My video doesn't want to start up. The host has stopped my video.
okay, I can sort of hear you. It's kind of mumbled.
Okay,
You hear us?
the host is muting me. Oh,
sorry to interrupt, Your Chair. Gary, I believe that they were asking me the question.
okay,
All right, now that we're clear who we're speaking to, Mr. McKinnon, it's you online now?
no, it's,
No, we don't wish to speak to you right now, sir.
oh, okay.
We're looking to speak to the plans examiner, building and septic division, Mr. McKinnon, if he's online.
Yes, I am online. Can you hear me?
Yes, did you hear the question with respect to what's the situation with this application on, where are we? Clifford Drive, it looks like the building construction has commenced prior to the application being put in. Where are we with that?
I'm just looking that up right now. Please just bear with me.
My question is, we would probably invoke a penalty if in fact they started construction prior to applying for this, so where are we with that?
I apologize, Your Chair. My computer is thinking.
Oh, we can relate to that. It would appear that they started it without a building permit. That's why I'm asking, because if that's the case, and the construction commenced without a building permit, and then as a result of that, there was a complaint, and now they've actually applied for an application. My question is, have we caught up with that, and is there a penalty if they started work prior to getting a permit?
Yes, there would be, Your Chair. If that is the situation, yes.
So we're aware of
I'm
the
just
fact.
trying to confirm whether we have a permit or not in place. Or at least an application. I'm just, Your Chair, I'm just waiting on my computer here. I apologize. It does appear that we do have an application pending in place right now. And I assume that we are just awaiting the committee's approval or whichever as of today.
All right, I'm not going to belabor the
So
point
that we can
then.
issue this permit.
I'm not going to belabor the point. If construction starts before a permit's issued, usually there's a penalty involved, but I'll leave that with you people then rather than us going on about it today.
But Your Chair, you are correct in assuming that, yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, where were we? Mr. Strangway, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just one really quick question. I assume because this boathouse is a dry boathouse completely on the land, there's no implications for Trent Severn as far as application.
Through to the member, correct.
Ms. Richardson, go.
I
I'm just curious as to why the lots did not merge when they're in the exact same name.
Through to the member, my understanding is they're not in identical title. So that explains why they currently didn't merge, why they weren't merged previous to that. Like they weren't transferred into common title, ever, actually. I should make that clear. This dates back to, well, let me share with you. The short answer is, to the member, they were not transferred in common title. They were two separate lots owned by same family, but husband-wife, even prior to the current ownership. This dates back to, through two separate families, to the original owners. How curious are we about this? We have a declaration to that effect. We could find their names and how that was structured on the title search. It shouldn't. Okay, well then, in that case, when we wrap up, let's dive into the declaration and we'll find out. Okay.
Are there any further questions of the planner? All right. Is there anyone online? I guess we are now wishing to speak in support of this application. I'm starting to get all dusty here, but we haven't gone through that. In support of the application. Anyone online
Yes.
wishing to speak in opposition to the application?
My name is Gary Newhook, Garfield Design, and
Oh, wait a
can you
minute.
see my video?
It's been a long day, but there's no sense of us going awry here and spinning off rails. Just hang on a minute,
Okay, I
sir.
do apologize I didn't realize it was Matt that you were looking for on that. I thought it was myself thereafter.
Well, yeah.
Just to answer a few questions, the boathouse is a dry boathouse, so
Oh, that's right.
that's the necessity for the transevering is not there. We have applied for the conservation permit. We do have the permit for that. So that's been looked after. And I think Miss Berry has gone through all the details with the boathouse, so there's no point in me going through it again, other than we have retained the lawyer to come up with an affidavit that the boathouse was built back in 1972. And there is an impact also states that that's when it was built. And so the property was divided somewhere back in there between the Mr. Clifford, I think was his name, that owned 979, and Mrs. Clifford owned 81. And it was never joined. I apologize. It was never severed, but it was just never joined. So the owner now, Mr. Abedina, lives in 79, and he doesn't want to join the property because he eventually wants to build on 81 and sell 79. But the boathouse he wanted to keep, and it was in pretty bad shape. And that's when he decided to start building it. So to answer your question, as far as a penalty, I was brought in after the fact. In other words, Matt did stop to build on that until a permit was taken out. So there will be a penalty on that, and I still have to get the permit in, but we want to get everything legal first of all, or we had to get to go for the minor variance. So I hope that answers all your question as far as there is going to be a penalty, and I was brought in after the fact.
No, and we thank you for that information. Very, very much appreciated. All right. Any questions of the deputy? All right, we can get back on track here. Is there anyone online wishing to speak in support of the application? In support of the application? Anyone online wishing to speak in opposition to the application? Opposition to the application? Committee, where are we? Ms. Robinson? Seconded by Mr. Strangway? All right, any further comments or questions? All those in favor? The application is approved, sir.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.
And you as well. All right. They're now dealing with file number D20-2022-044. This is 35 Elliott Street, former village of Fenelon Falls. Ms. Berry.
Thank you, sir. This is an application to permit a detached accessory building, a new garage, at this residential property. So relief is sought from the lot coverage provision, which is 5% maximum for this zone. And the proposed would result in a footprint taking that coverage up to 9.8%. So this is the residential type 1 zone in the Village of Fenelon Falls zoning bylaw. The lot itself is 537 square meters. And we can see some idea here about the nature of the sort of residential community. Fairly low density, certainly detached accessory structures throughout various lots. We are just behind the Sobeys to orient us. So if you're familiar with the Sobeys location in Fenelon Falls, we are just south of there at this property. There was a severance and a subsequent minor variance in front of this committee a number of years ago, not that long ago actually. So this might even be familiar to some of you. The owners elected to, this is the retained parcel, as you can see, sever the portion outlined in red to add to the current subject lot known as the benefiting lands. So the plan was always to sever this piece of land, which in fact would have and did address the driveway encroachment and graveled area that at that time would have been sort of encroaching onto the home owned by the couple on the left, and instead increase the lot area for what is today the subject property. The proposed garage would be located on these lands that were added as a result of the severance. By way of a little bit of history, we understand that though the consent did increase the lot area, it remains deficient with respect to the minimum lot area requirement in Fenelon Falls, and that was addressed by the committee in 2021 through their decision to approve that lot area. All right, so let's take a look at the site plan, followed by, we see the proposed garage tucked here in the northeast corner of the property. And from the ground, we are standing on Elliott Street. Here's the driveway and the graveled portion that at one point was actually part of the adjacent lot to the right. And as we come into the driveway, we see the location here, which is to house the new garage. Now, the laser inadvertently pointed over at this shed. This shed does not belong to number 35. It is the shed for the neighbors next door. Okay, so I'm standing at the northwest corner of the lot. This is the subject house and the garage footprint, single story, to fit in with the sort of existing elevations that we see throughout, would be proposed where the laser is here beside the existing shed for the next door property. Okay, of course, anytime that we speak to coverage and increases in coverage, we are most concerned with what the resulting open spaces on the lot, as well as how it fits in with the existing buildings and structures. In a case where we don't have fence lines separating private spaces, it's important to, of course, to see what that impact is on adjacent uses. The undersized lot area is a contributing factor in this case in terms of the proposed size, the ground floor area that the applicants wish to achieve, 53.1 square meters. You can see the dimensions here, 6.7, 7.9. So had, leave that there for a second. We aren't exceeding the overall lot coverage permitted. So even though the accessory building is popped up just over, 5%, just under 10% at the proposed 9.8, we still fall under the maximum for the lot, which is 30. The result from the garage leaves us at 21.5, and this then doesn't contribute to issues for drainage on the lot, impacting that function. Okay, so no concerns from the neighbors or from any of the agencies. We did receive comments after the fact from building as well. No issues there. All right. Approval of the application, Mr. Chair, thanks.
All right, and thank you. Other questions of the planner? Being none, is the applicant online? Does the applicant wish to speak to the application? All right. Is there anyone online wishing to speak in support of this application? In support of this application? Anybody online wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Opposition to the application? Committee, Mrs. Richardson, as printed?
As printed.
Second on Mr. Strangway. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you.
We've made it.
My goodness. Now, we best make this statement. Certainly last but not least is file number D20-2022-045, and this is 129 Fells Point Road, Geographic Township of Fenelon. Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's wrap things up here with our final application. The effect of the variance will actually facilitate the redevelopment of this residential lot. It would replace the single-family home that's on there, as well as the boathouse, with a new single-family home and a new boathouse. And we will, in a moment, see some elevations and photos that describe this much better than I can. Picture's worth 1,000 words, as they say. In order to get this new residential structure built in Boathouse, there are 3 zone provisions that would need relief. So let's walk through them now. The water setback is required at 15 meters. The proposed is to maintain the existing setback. So this is a proposal where, although encroaching, won't encroach further into the required yard than already exists with the dwelling as it is. So the dwelling sits at 12.18 meters and the deck at 8.5, and the proposal is to maintain those same setbacks, number one. Number two is the separation distance between an accessory building, in this case the boathouse, and the dwelling. There is a requirement for a 1.2 meter setback, and the proposal is to essentially make that zero, to have those buildings connected. Finally, the third area of relief is for height. For the boathouse, so the accessory structure will itself have a roof at 3.81 meters. It's not exceeding the maximum of 4.5, but once a railing goes on top of that boathouse roof to connect with the deck of the dwelling, the railing structure will pop up over the 4.5 to 4.88. So setbacks, separation distance, and height is what the applicants are after with respect to this application. Our GIS mapping had a little oopsie. We learned after the fact, and in fact, the circulation material indicated the lot to the south here. It captured, and if we look at the appendix in the report, we'll see that outlined in blue is the neighbor's lot, capturing the boathouse instead of the whole entirety of the Reed's lot, not capturing the boathouse. So either which way you slice it and dice it, it's wrong. So if you can please picture that the perimeter includes this boathouse. Right. All right. This is prepared by the owner, indicating the existing cottage, and we can see that the setbacks remain identical. The difference is that the deck would be aligned not on the angle it currently is, but to straighten up like the home is proposed to. So this area, sort of a triangle in between that I'm trying really hard to outline for you, to basically shift the footprint, not coming any closer, but more of the footprint would be within that encroached yard. Also, slightly increased ground floor area for the boathouse. Same setbacks and a slight GFA increase there. Shed to be removed, replaced by a septic system, porch along the front. That would be a new addition, maintaining the required 6 meters, so no relief needed there. Okay, so existing and proposed, we're doing a split screen here. The existing cottage, of course, pictures on the ground. We have the front of the existing home. The location for the new deck would be where my laser pointer is at the moment here in front of the home. And of course, from the roadside, the image below captures what the new perspective would be. Now, we're seeing, when we see a perspective like this, it's giving us the ability to sort of look through the building, if I can put it that way. We'll go around to the rear of the lot to see what the existing rear of the home and boathouse look like. Very close, we can see as it is. If the and it is the idea to put a deck on the rear of the home. It has recently been taken off. Sorry, I should make note that we saw the deck structure here, and it was just recently removed. The idea is to capture it again, keeping that same setback. We here see a better image of the boathouse. This is maybe a better side-by-side existing boathouse and proposed boathouse, but now with a deck that flows from the roof of the boathouse across, replacing the existing deck and wrapping around the side of the home. And let's see what that looks like. The deck that's proposed on the side of the home would be here, and would connect with the boathouse here. Give us an idea here of the profiles, again, from the left and the right. So we've got the boathouse kind of nearest us, and then the boathouse, other way around. This would be standing, looking right, directly, able to reach out and touch that boathouse, whereas this is from the other side of the property. Okay, that gives us a lay of the land. Let's talk about, is it a good idea or not? Well, according to our evaluation and the comments received from Kawartha Conservation and our other agencies, we conclude it is a good idea. This is an opportunity, of course, to not only redevelop the lot, but without increasing over and above the permitted coverage or the height of the home, still keeping within the waterfront objectives for maintenance of that lower profile, keeping in line with the natural features of the area. This does it. It is it is an increased footprint over the 1956 cottage that is there now, going from 61.8 square meters to the proposed replacement. Forgive me, we'll get back to you on that one. The boathouse, slight expansion, 13.24 square meters, to also include that additional rooftop space. We don't see this often, and I'd just like to take a moment to draw your attention to an interesting feature. It's an ANSI, an Area of Natural and Scientific Interest. When you take a look at your schedule in the staff report, there's an indication in the official plan map that gives you an indication of the designations that impact this property. And so not only is it designated waterfront, but it has these natural constraints attached to it as part of the natural heritage system. And so ANSI's, Areas of Natural and Scientific Interest, they have a real wow factor associated with them. This one in particular is what's considered a life science ANSI. And as I mentioned, it's one of a number of different types of natural heritage features, like significant woodlands are one that you see more commonly. In the evaluation under the official plan test, I'll just point your attention to it. They are ANSIs, an important feature. They are reflective of like the creme de la creme as far as natural features go. The best representations of a particular type of vegetation, landform feature, and there's 5 criteria that ANSIs are based on. Representation of the feature, the diversity within it, the ecological function it has, the condition of the site, and what's known as quote-unquote special features. Anyway, under these 5 criteria, ANSIs are determined, and it's been pointed out, we're not developing in an ANSI, we're in proximity to an ANSI, but even that isn't a trigger for an EIS in this case. So Kawartha Conservation has cleared, both from a water resource perspective, it's a property that is within the boundary of the Balsam and Cameron Lake management plans. So notwithstanding it being prone to flooding and erosion hazards, being another constraint on the site, a natural hazard, it's adjacent, of course, being Cameron Lake, it's adjacent to fish habitat. And like the ANSI, it's also within the buffer of a PSW, a provincially significant wetland. So geographically and from a natural features perspective, this is like a real wow factor. Okay, I think I've made my point. And even more so, importantly, to elaborate just for another second, the redevelopment of the lot is not encroaching on any of these features. So no EIS is needed. There, of course, will be permit requirements, not only from KRCA, but additionally, as we've seen with a couple of other applications today, a requirement for a new septic system for larger impact than what currently is able to be handled on the site. No concerns or objections from the agencies. We had a call with a neighbor who supported the redevelopment of the site, and so that was nice to hear. We, in a case like this, our comments indicate from our septic supervisor that although an on-site ground truthing hasn't yet taken place, it is something that will take place as part of the septic application review. We are very reasonably confident that based on the lot size, the location of the features, and where the proposed structures are, that there is sufficient area on the lot to accommodate the septic system that's been proposed. So with that, and on that basis, Mr. Chair, we recommend approval of the reductions in the zoning bylaw and the increased height. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Questions of the planner? Ms. Richardson.
Through you, I just noted that the Part 8 department requested a condition, and it be added.
We did so, and that would be condition 3, that an application for sewage permit be submitted and approved to the member. Through you, Mr. Chair, we recommend that that condition be added.
Further questions? All right, is the applicant online? Does the applicant wish to speak to the application?
Yeah, hello, Mr. Chair. Thanks for looking at our application today. I don't have any questions.
What is your name,
if you
sir?
have any for me? Grant Reed, I'm the owner.
Oh, hey, thank you. So you're just open for questions?
Sure.
All right, are there any questions of the applicant? Being none, it looks like it's your easy day, sir. All right.
Thank you.
Is there anyone online wishing to speak in support of this application? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Opposition to the application? All right, being none. Committee, where are we? Ms. Robinson. As printed, do I have a seconder? Oh, it's amended, that's right. There's a third condition, yes. Yeah, I knew somebody would pick up on that. Who's seconding it? Ms. Archer? All right, any further comments or questions? And all those in favor? Your application is approved, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see, other business. Is there anything under other business from committee members? From staff? All right, being none, No correspondence, all right. Next meeting is August the 18th at 1 PM in the council chambers. And I'm told it's another long agenda, so be prepared, folks. And having said that, adjournment. Ms. Archer, Mr. Strangway, all those in favor? And that carries. One thing I just want to say,